All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Clair Obscur Expedition 33. This is going to be the All Achievements speedrun, or the Platinum speedrun on Expert difficulty. My name is Etiquette. If you know me, it's probably from Pokemon, but the last couple years I've definitely tried to branch out, and this year especially has been primarily Expedition 33 runs, so I'm very excited about this game. There's a lot to talk about. You can see the estimate. It's a very long run. So I'm going to basically just jump right in. So let's go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So all achievements, or platinum percent, as you might hear people call it, is going to be, I am on a fresh profile on my PlayStation 5, and I need to get the platinum trophy. Some games, the platinum run is going to be super long. This game, fortunately, has a lot of cutscene skips. Like all of the cutscenes are rendered movies that you can just skip. So normal speedruns of this game are actually super manageable in length. We're talking like anywhere from an hour for any percent to like an hour 50 for glitchless, which is super awesome. And the platinum run, as you can see, is a bit under 5 hours. I actually PB'd last night with a 4:39, but the estimate is on the higher side just because it is. There are a lot of things that can happen. So I'm gonna get through this battle here, and then I'll talk a little bit about the battle mechanics. One of the things that this game is really praised for is it's a turn-based game, but it has a lot of action RPG elements like dodges and parries. So there you can see a parry. But it still is, I should not talk. It still is turn-based at its heart. So there are basic attacks and there are skills. That attack there I just used is called Overcharge. And that is Gustav's signature skill, Gustav being the first main character that we have here. Every character that we get, every party member is going to have its own battle mechanics. Gustav's battle mechanics are he can build up his overcharge meter. Basically every dodge, every parry, every hit, every skill that he uses will generate a certain amount of overcharge charges. And the overcharge move does more damage depending on how many charges you have out of 10, with 10 being the maximum. So that is Gustav. I did mention that there are dodges and parries. Essentially, this game is completely possible and has been done multiple times by myself, by many other people, to be beaten without taking any damage, without getting hit at all. Because you can dodge and parry or use other mechanics that we'll get to in a bit. Pretty much every single attack in the game. So it is really cool game for skill expression in that regard. If you get consistent at it, it's obviously a pretty safe game as well. That being said, because we are going to be dodging and parrying a lot of stuff, we put almost no investment in our defense. You're going to see sort of like level ups that we can do. And that means if we do end up taking damage, it is going to be catastrophic. So hopefully we're not going to. So for the platinum run, we'll talk a little bit about some of the trophies that we are going to have here. But specifically, there are a few missable items, and this is one of them. So we have to defeat this mime in order to get a trophy, and he also gives us a music disc, and collecting all of the music discs is another trophy. All right, that is fine. Weak. So mimes have a weird mechanic where basically they take almost no damage until you break them. Breaking, stunning is a lot like other RPGs. There's a break meter, and once you fill that meter, if you use something that can break the enemy, they will become stunned. So that'll be a mechanic we use throughout the game, at least a couple fights. And overcharge is one of those skills that can break. So Talking a little bit about the story here. Essentially, the city of Lumiere, where we are, experiences this event every year called the Gamage, where everyone above a certain age are essentially disintegrated into flowers by a being called the Paintress. So we just skipped the cutscenes that introduced us to the Gamage. Sophie, who was the woman we were just running with, turned 33 this past year, and 33 is the new number for people to be dissolved.
I should check on my own. As usual.
And every year they also send out an expedition, this one being Expedition 33,
Look, I know the rest of us,
who is going to attempt to defeat the Paintress. They've been sending out expeditions for the last 67 years, and no one has been successful. This is Mael. Mael is Gustav's adoptive sister, slash Gustav is her guardian, along with his twin sister, who we're going to go talk to now to set off the expedition. Mael is going to be joining us on the expedition, but we're actually not going to see her for a little bit because in one of the cutscenes we're about to skip, the expedition goes a little bit off course.
You mean the I do anyway.
But that is the prologue done. The other thing I did while I was here, you always have to talk to Mael and you have to talk to Gustav's apprentices. I did talk to another woman to get the old key item. The old key is necessary to unlock a door in a much later, a place we're going to go to in about an hour. And there is an expedition journal, one of the collectibles of the game, that is behind the old door. So you do need the old key. The mime and the old key are two of the only missable things in the game. There are a couple of other missable things, but we'll talk about those when we get there. There honestly aren't too many, which is really nice. So this is our first enemy of the game. Whoops. These enemies are called Neverons. Or every enemy pretty much is called a Neveron. They all have different names, so this is a Lancelier. I'm going to apologize right now for any French pronunciations that I do. I am American, and I do not know French. So if I butcher any French pronunciations, I do apologize. I did want to mention that before I got too far into the run. But yeah, so that is a Lancelier. Lanceliers have two main attacks, pretty easy to time, either a dodge or a parry. Between dodges and parries, dodges have a larger timing window, and then parries have a much smaller timing window. If you parry every attack of a combo, you will get a counter attack. So generally, we are going to want to go for parries, but there are going to be some cases where we're going to dodge specifically, whether it be a tough attack or just we don't need the damage from the counter attack. So here we're going to get introduced to Lune. Lune is kind of your main like magic mage sort of character. Her mechanic involves generating and consuming stains. So there I used Ice Lance. Ice Lance being super effective. The Pokemon's coming out. The Portier is weak to ice moves. Ice Lance also generates a blue and a light stain, and would consume a green stain. So if we had a green stain, we could consume it to deal more damage. Generating and consuming stains is going to be a big part of this run. Lune is actually going to end up being our main damage dealer for the like any % section of the game. For reference, we're going to beat the game about 2.5 hours in, a little bit less. And then the rest of it's going to be kind of like post-game grinding. So here we're going to grab a Pictos. Pictos are kind of like your passive abilities you can equip on characters. Once you have a Pictos equipped for 4 battles, it becomes learned, and then you can equip it as a Lumina on any character. So go ahead and shoot the weak spots. There is a lot of information up front. I do apologize. But once you know like the basics, it's a lot easier to kind of see how everything is going to play together. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of inbounds movement. This run is glitchless, but this is not considered out of bounds, so this is allowed. Whoops.
Well,
Just saves us having to go through the house and then back down here. Instead, we can come up this way and go into the house there.
Here we are.
There's not too many of those kinds of movement sections, but they are pretty cool when you do see them. All right. The next fight we're going to do here are against 3 Volisters. Volisters are a subclass of enemies considered flying enemies. Flying enemies will dodge most attacks or have a very high like evasion. So the way that you get through them is by free aim shots. All right. Got unlucky. The Volister takes 4 hits to go down, or 5 hits, I should say. And Gustav did not get any parries there, so he could not do anything. The other main sort of battle mechanic is the concept of AP, standing for action points. It's kind of like your stamina. It's how many actions you can do. So free aim shots are worth 1 action point. By doing a basic attack, you actually gain an action point. You always gain 1 action point at the beginning of your turn. And skills will cost anywhere from 1 to 9 action points. So I'm going to try to do a little trick here, and then I'll explain it after the fact.
Thank them for that.
Okay. All right. So cutscenes have this little, like the black bars come in from the bottom and top. And during that, you can't do anything. But if you happen to open your menu while the screen is closing in, you can actually do the menu during that time that you normally would have to wait, and then get sucked into the cutscene. So I was able to do most of the menu that I need to do here during that cutscene, which was really nice. And then I can just equip the one last item. All right, this is another optional battle. We do this for experience. 1, 2, 3, bang. We're gonna grab this. I need to grab this item here, so I'm gonna actually, shoot that guy to stun him.
We could light something with this.
And then go through. I'm going to equip Lune's weapon. And then we're actually going to fast travel back to where we just were to pick up our first journal. Journals are one collectible that we're going to be having to get throughout the run. But more importantly, there is a white Nevron here. So white Nevrons are kind of pacifist enemies. And there are a number of them throughout the game. And they all have some sort of quest that you can do. Because they are friendly. So we have to do all of the White Nevron quests. It is possible, once you have done the quests, to defeat them, but we do not want to do that.
Let's keep an eye out for other Nevrons like this one. We might learn something.
Now we're going to do some upgrades here and learning some skills. So we're going to give both characters as much might as we can. And then Gustav is going to get powerful. It's kind of like just an attack up for the whole party, as well as marking shot. You can mark enemies and they will take 50% more damage, I think. Maybe it's 25%. I forget the exact. Oh, I'm supposed to fast travel. There we go. And then here is our first boss of the game. This is Évêque. My understanding is that Évêque means bishop in French. And so you can see the boss design makes a lot of sense. Let me get into the battle and then I'll explain stuff. So Évêque has like an enrage trigger at around 30% health. So the entire battle here is going to be trying to make it so we can basically KO Évêque from almost half health. Actually, I'm going to do 2 more shots. And so we're going to use a combination of being powerful, which gives us 25% more damage, as well as marking the target, and then using overcharge. The other thing that makes this possible is Gustav right now has about a 48% crit rate, has a baseline of 23%, and then has a Pictos called Critical Burn, which increases the crit rate for burned targets it's plus 25% against burned targets. So there is a bit of a coin flip aspect to this fight. It is possible if we don't get the crit to continue, so. But even if I get the crit, actually, I'm not going to have enough damage. I got unlucky with some of the attacks. That's totally fine. Alright, so here's the attack. If we crit this, it's really good. If we don't, it's fine. I did get the crit, and I get a trophy because of it. The trophy is for using a fully charged overcharge. But yeah, you can see why we would want to skip this phase. All the shields on Avec. This will be fine, though. I'm actually going to play this super safe and do bang bang. Okay. So yeah, the beginning of this run involves a lot of fights that are very similar to that. We're going to be burning our target and then trying to get some very useful critical hits. Every fight, even if we don't get the crit, that's like quote unquote necessary, like we can continue. So it's not the end of the world, but it is time saver if we get those crits.
So, the message said.
All right, so here's an overworld, like a world map. It's a very nice addition to a modern RPG. I know a lot of RPGs nowadays are kind of, I don't want to say hallway simulators, but they tend to not have these sort of like, 90s, 2000s era RPG world maps. We also get introduced to the camp mechanic. Camps are a way for you to replenish your health, replenish all of your consumables. You can pick up more consumables. We've already picked up an energy tint. But they... you basically just have 3 that you can use, and they get replenished whenever you rest. So, all right, let's go ahead and do another cutscene menu. Just unequipping everything from Gustav because we're going to equip it on a different character later on. And then hopefully get some more of that funky inbounds platforming. There you go. Skips us having to go slightly to the right. Totally worth it.
Interesting.
So this is Flying Waters. This area is completely amazing to look at, in my opinion. A lot of the environments in this game are phenomenally done.
Those mines. Be careful.
I am playing on quality graphics. I do apologize. It's a superstition that the game runs a little bit better. I feel like on console you don't actually need to set your graphics to quality, but it is what it is. So, quick battle here for some extra experience. Whoop. Bang, bang, bang. And I guess it's also good to mention another of the Pictos. So I mentioned we have the Critical Burn Pictos. Another Pictos we have is this one called Dead Energy 2. Some Pictos have more than one of it in the wild, and they just either cost more, or they may have slightly different effects, but for the most part, they're exactly the same. Dead Energy 2 gives you 3 AP whenever you defeat an enemy, which is really useful. But the other thing is Dead Energy 2, along with a couple of other Pictos that I'll mention a little bit later on, have a hidden 10% damage buff. It doesn't say it anywhere. It's just there. Like, you now deal 10% more damage because you have it equipped. So Dead Energy is going to be something we have equipped on everybody for that reason.
There was a message at the indigo tree.
Do you know who left it?
Okay, Male's going to get all of the Pictos that were on Gustav. And then we're going to reload the game. Because I'm playing on console, I am playing on the current patch. And there was a patch of this game that changed it. So when dialogue is happening, you cannot interact with a flag. And flags are the ways that you do these different upgrades. So we want to get an upgrade there before this battle here. But unfortunately, there is dialogue that's happening. So we do the menu, get the save from the menu, and then we can reset the game to kill the conversation. So this is the Curator. Curator is going to be the way that we upgrade our weapons and stuff throughout the game. And this is also our tutorial of a different kind of parry, or a different kind of counter. These are jump counters. So jumps always have that little like diamond symbol to indicate that there's a jump coming. And all you have to do is press X to avoid the attack, and then if you hit R2, you can deal some damage. The window, like the timing window for the jump, is much bigger than for dodges and parries, so it's pretty nice. This here is Noko. Noko is a Gestural, specifically a Gestural merchant. And merchants in the game, you can just buy stuff using Chroma, which is like the main currency of the game. But a lot of merchants have a extra item you can get if you defeat them in battle. So that's what we're doing here. We grab Exposing Attack. Exposing Attack is your base attack will apply Defenseless to the opponent. And that is going to be utilized literally throughout the entire run. It is one of the best Pictos that we pick up. It is totally worth the detour. So we're going to take a detour here. We're going to fight these enemies for a weapon. Weapon as well as a little bit of experience. And then I'm going to head in here and do a little bit of platforming to grab the intact mine and then help out this white Nevron. Ooh, be careful there. It is possible to do some platforming to get up there from the other side. I am not very good at it. It only saves about 15 seconds. So if I sit there like struggling for a minute, it is not worth doing. This is also going to give Lune her weapon for the majority of the run. The Diminorum. It is a lightning-based weapon, and it makes lightning skills cost 1 less AP, which is very, very good. Oh, actually, I don't need that. All right, so we'll do another upgrade here, and then get ready for Go Blue, who is the second boss of the game.
It's forging something. So they have intelligence.
I guess I didn't talk about Mael. So Mael, new character. We just got her from the manor. Her battle mechanic is stances. So she has different stances she can be in. She starts stanceless, which is no bonuses, no hindrances. She has a defensive stance, which makes her take 50% less damage and gain 2 AP per parry. Let me do my menu actually real quick before I forget. This, that. Okay. She has offensive stance, which makes her deal 50% more damage and take 50% more damage. And then she has virtuose stance, which makes her deal 200% more damage. That is 200% more, not 200% damage, meaning it is actually 3 times damage when she's in virtuose stance. So she's going to be our main damage dealer for a little bit, and you will see why on this next fight. She also has this skill called Percy, which does double damage to marked targets, and it costs 5 AP normally, but it costs 2 AP if you are in Virtuose stance. And then the final piece to the puzzle we have is she has this move called Swift Stride, which will put her in Virtuose stance if the target is burning. So you can kind of see the synergy here. We're going to burn an enemy. We're going to put Mael into Virtuose stance. We're going to mark the target with Gustav. We're going to apply Defenseless with Lune's exposing attack, and then we're going to Percy to deal absurd amount of damage. We've been dealing like a couple hundred damage every turn. You're going to see these damage numbers go way up in this fight. Oh, and she has critical burn, so... I have to dodge that attack. I'll explain it later. It's hard to talk about anything when I'm trying to dodge and parry. Alright. So Lune is going to set Defenseless, mark, and pop. Alright, we did not get the crit there. That is unfortunate. Mael does have critical burn on, which means that was a 48% chance. She just didn't get it. We're going to break Go Blue here. I got that crit. That's actually pretty good. Alright. Lune, I'm going to shoot these two. Those would set up shields when he decides to absorb them. I didn't get either crit. That's really unlucky. So that's 2 coin flips I lost. Good. Well, we ended up getting through him. The reason why I had to dodge that attack with Mael, it actually wouldn't have mattered in that fight. But basically the reason I had to is the boss Go Blue has that growing flowers health trigger. And if I happened to crit, where I was in boosted crit rate, so it would have been 48% to crit with Mael's counter, I would have knocked him into the grow flowers health range. And if I did that early, the fight would have kind of gotten derailed.
Surprised to find
I hope we can trust him.
We allow him to grow the flowers, but we do it at a time. Basically, once he grows the flowers, he'll do one more attack, and then the attack after that, like his turn after one attack, will absorb those flowers.
Other than red trees
And
everywhere.
we do it in such a way that his next attack we skip because we break him using overcharge. So if I happened to knock him into grow flowers range early, then I wouldn't have been able to overcharge in time. All right, so this is Ancient Sanctuary. Essentially, lore-wise, we need to find Golgra, who is the leader of the Gestrels, because she may be able to help us get across the water. We are trying to get to the Paintress, who is at the very, very north part of the continent. We started at the south end of the continent, so we're working our way up the map. And there is water between us and them. So there is a being named Esquier who there's a being named Eskie who is going to help us get across the water, but we basically need to get permission to go talk to him. Alright. Very cool. Crit was not necessary. So it's just rubbing in the fact that it could have crit on other fights and decided not to. That's fine. But yeah, so we have to go through the Ancient Sanctuary here. The Gestrals have built these beings named Sakapatats, who are meant to defend their village, essentially, from intruders. But we are making some light work of them.
How do they even stand?
We have to take one little detour in this area to pick up a journal. I guess I should mention, so there's two main collectibles in the game. There are music records, which we're going to be picking up as we go, as well as these expedition journals. And there are 33 journals, maybe, question mark? And there are 49 music records, so. All right. So we'll head into the ultimate Sakapatat fight. This fight, we basically need to make sure somebody has a fire-based weapon. The gimmick of this fight is that the Sakapatat has a shield that he will raise after a certain health trigger. Unless you break his arm, essentially. And normally what you're supposed to do is use a move like Overcharge to break the enemy, and then he'll kind of slump over, exposing his weak spot. But if you use a weapon that he's weak to, you can kind of stagger him before you're supposed to be able to. You'll see it after this attack. So yeah, he deals a lot of damage, and now he no longer has the shield, which means he can't raise the shield, which makes him take less damage. So just like every other fight, we're going to mark Parasi 9999. So there is a damage cap, and we have hit it. All right, so I am basically set up for the best version of this fight, so we're going to take advantage. I'm going to break using Overcharge. Overcharge is not going to deal nearly that much damage because it resists. But it does skip these 2 turns. So we'll set Defenseless, we'll mark, and Parasi. All right, so there still are going to be cases of useful crits in the run, but that is kind of the last, like, super coin flippy type fight. So I technically got lucky on Yvek, even though I didn't deal enough damage. I got pretty unlucky on Go Blue, and then I got lucky again on Sakapatat. So overall, not too bad. I do not need to upgrade attributes. I need Mael to learn couple moves. So Mael's going to learn a couple moves here. This is the Gestral Village. In the Gestral Village, we're going to have to do the tournament. The tournament is 4 rounds. The first 3 rounds are against Gestrals. And our main strategy for that is going to be, we're going to use this move called Degagement, which will, for 2 turns, I believe, make the enemy weak to fire. Mael has a fire-based weapon right now that we got in Flying Waters. And she's also going to use Rain of Fire. So it's... You're going to see like how little damage we normally do, and then we make it weak to fire, and it's going to do a lot of damage.
Lead the way.
Is it for survival
But before we do that, there is another journal to grab.
to find the chief's house. Probably the biggest one.
But also, while I'm doing this, I just want to let people know I do have the RPGSU stream chat open. If anyone has any questions about the game or the run or strategies or anything I may have missed in my commentary, definitely don't hesitate to ask. When I have a chance, I can answer anything. So there's our degagement. And now instead of doing 600 damage with a counter, we're doing 1300. It's all good.
Let's dance.
Of course, now I'm getting all these crits, unboosted, by the way. That's okay. Crits in general on these fights are really good. So the Rain of Fire move does apply burns, and burns will basically cause the opponent to take damage at the beginning of their turn. So you never like lose a turn by not critting on these. It's just they'll die to the burn tick instead of dying to the move. Oh, I have not missed that in a long time. How is Callie? Callie is doing great. Wow, alright, I didn't even get punished for it. That's good. Alright. So in that cutscene, we get revealed that the secret warrior is actually CL, another member of the expedition. So we're going to defeat her. I did pet her this morning, yes. Good. It is extremely important that we defeat her here and do not lose to her. Essentially, whoever wins the tournament, because these are all one-on-one battles, right? Whoever wins the tournament, whether it be Gustav, Lune, Mael, or if you happen to lose to CL, if it's CL, you get a weapon for that character. And Mael's weapon is her best weapon in the game. It effectively causes her to start battles in Virtuose stance. So instead of having to do like this burn the target, swift stride to get into Virtuose, we can just start there. Alright, so we're going to talk to this gestural merchant. We're going to buy a couple of polished chroma catalysts and critical moment. Chroma catalysts are the way that you upgrade your weapons. There are different variants of them, and it's basically you can use a normal chroma catalyst up to level 3, polished up to level 9, resplendent up to level 19, grandiose up to level 32, and then perfect chroma catalyst you can only use to upgrade to 33. And then I also bought Critical Moment. Critical Moment is going to be a very important Pictos for us. Basically, it states that if you are below 10% health, you have a plus 50% crit rate. So, as you might imagine, the general plan for a lot of this run is going to be to get ourselves to low HP on purpose. With Critical Moment equipped, every attack we do will be a critical hit. All right. I have to skip this split because I forgot to do something, but it's fine. I can do it on the way out. It's just different time. All right, I tried to open the menu. I was too early. Oh, I forgot to go to the flag in the camp. That's fine. I can do it here. All right, so Lune is going to learn Lightning Dance, which I'll explain in a minute, and then CL. CL is going to kind of be like a very, very good support character. The main move that she is known for here in a speedrun is this move called Intervention. It basically causes an ally to go immediately, to take their turn immediately, and gives them 4 or 5 AP. So we can use that to basically get ourselves some more turns than we're meant to have. Lune's move that we just learned is called Lightning Dance. Lightning Dance does 6 hits. If it consumes its stains, it does a lot more damage. And the other caveat to it is, of the 6 hits, if any of them are a critical hit, it will hit twice instead. And so now you can see the synergy with something like Critical Moment. This, fine. Diminirum, and then attach Critical Moment. Okay.
The more information we get, the more questions I have.
You okay, Sia?
Yeah, we're not quite at this point yet. Like most of our attacks are doing, even when they're boosted, in like the few thousand range. It's not getting that close to the damage cap. But once we do start getting close to the damage cap, the importance is going to go away from these high damage moves like Percy to moves that deal a lot of hits. Because if you can only do 10k in a single hit, but you can do 3k across 6, then, there's a clear winner there.
Okay. Take it. But no. Scram!
All right, so there's Francois. Essentially, what we're doing in this area is we've met Esquier. But Esquier does not have the ability to swim. He needs his special rock called Flory. And he believed that Francois had the rock. So we just defeated Francois. We have the rock in hand, and we're going to bring it back to him. Turns out, not the correct rock, actually a completely different rock. So his rock is actually going to be in the Stone Wave Cliffs, which is where we're heading next. Oops. All right, so we're going to backtrack our way out of here. There is a journal for us to pick up. It is actually faster to fast travel out of this place. Basically, you can fast travel to any flag you have already been to. And so because we talked to the flag at the beginning, we could fast travel out, but we need this journal. So there is really no point. And then because we're already here, we're also going to pick up this Pictos, which is Energizing Start 3. Energizing Start allows the holder to start the battle with an extra AP.
Nice.
We're actually going to pick up 2 of them. So there's Energizing Start 3, and then immediately out here, we're going to be picking up Energizing Start 1. So really good Picto. But now we have Esquier. Esquier is our mode of transportation. He is going to, over the course of the game, gain the ability to swim. He can currently break these rocks. He is going to gain the ability to dive underwater. He's going to gain the ability to fly. There are also not rocks, but there are coral reefs in the water that prevent progress. He's going to gain the ability to break those. And he's just generally the fastest form of movement in the overworld. SK is Koraidon, this is true. Alright, we have to go to the camp before we can go to the Stonewave Cliffs. So we'll head there, and this will be the first time we upgrade our weapon, which is another trophy. We're going to upgrade Lune's weapon. I mentioned probably at the beginning of the run, Lune is going to be our main damage dealer for a lot of the run. So she's really going to be the one that we focus... no, not that. That would have been really bad. She's going to be the one that we focus all of our upgrades into. At least for now. Still waiting for the plushie? Yeah, me too. I would buy it in a heartbeat. All right, so here's the Stonewave Cliffs. Stonewave Cliffs, this is going to be the end of Act 1. And this area has a lot of stuff. There are 3 journals for us to pick up. I'm going to try to do a menu here. That's fine. I only got 1 item. Yeah, there are 3 journals for us to pick up. There's a White Nevron quest that we're going to do most of, but we're not actually going to finish. We're going to grab a new weapon for Gustav. There are these things around the game called paint cages. Basically, there's a cage, and there are 3 locks that you have to free aim shoot to unlock the cage. Nice. There is a trophy associated with getting one. This just happens to be the one that has the best reward for it, being the Delaram weapon. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So first lock, whoops. First lock is there. Second lock is there. Third lock is there.
This will be useful.
Then we'll grab the journal. Way out.
The 78.
Something you'll see me do a lot throughout the run, is open my menu as I am jumping off of some ledge. There's a roll animation when you jump off a ledge, and because you can preserve momentum while you are opening the menu, you can basically eat the time. It's kind of the same idea as opening the menu at the start of a cutscene. You're eating the time that it would spend dropping you down and rolling by being in the menu instead. So some menus will be split like that, especially in the post game.
Useful.
It's a little bit harder to do that with the... Oh my god, what is this guy doing? It's a little bit harder to do that here because there are... I need certain things equipped for one battle that I don't need for the next, so I can't, do my menu early, that kind of stuff. So I just picked up the First Strike Pictos. First Strike is...
Destroyed our world. And someone built her a shrine.
Essentially, it allows you to play first. So by the end of... Or actually, really soon, everybody is going to have First Strike equipped. Because going first is better than not going first. And... Oh, the other thing is, like Dead Energy, it has a hidden 10% damage buff. So even if it didn't have the effect of making us go first, we would want it equipped. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Chroma. I didn't really talk about it. Chroma is the main currency in the game. So whenever we're buying something from a merchant, we're spending Chroma.
Looks like a farm.
Like old times, eh?
That is a Patank. They have a lot of really good rewards. We're only going to actually be fighting one of them throughout the game, and it's because there's a trophy associated with it specifically. Otherwise, they're like gimmicky battles that a lot of them can take a little bit longer. So they're not worth doing, even though their rewards are very good. You also have to chase them into a corner in order to encounter them typically, so. All right. So here is the white Nevron of the area. It's a white Hexga. We are not going to help him yet, but what we're going to do, essentially for his quest, we need to collect 3 rock crystals, which we are going to collect those rock crystals, but we're not going to help him until much, much later. Just the way the pathing works, it makes more sense to do later. But I'm going to basically spend this section collecting those crystals, so there's going to be the first one. I shoot it from far away because there's an enemy blocking it, and I want to spend my shot shooting him. Perfect. And we'll head this way. Grab that. And then this rock crystal is actually not a rock crystal at all. It's an enemy. Oh no, jump scare. All right, so Lune is going to fail to use Wildfire. Wildfire is marketed as a risky fire move, and the idea is if she fails her QuickTime events, it will backfire and hurt her instead. There's no such thing as like a revive outside of battle in this game. If you end a battle at 0 HP, you will be revived to 1 HP. Love RPGs that do that. I know not every RPG does. Chrono Cross, which is one of my other favorite RPGs, does that. It's a great mechanic. But yeah, because of that, what we can do is we can intentionally knock out our party members, and then they will come back at 1 HP, which is really, really beneficial. So now Lune is at 1 HP, which means Critical Moment is going to go off. So we're going to equip First Strike. We're going to give her a Critical Moment. She's going to grab Dodger. Yeah, so in addition to Pictos, the other menu there is the Lumina menu. Once you have won 4 battles with a Pictos equipped, it can be equipped on anybody as a Lumina. You can only equip as many Luminas as you have like levels, which is what the Color of Lumina item does, is it increases the amount of Lumina you can equip. All right. So this is Lampmaster. This is a really bad attack to get first. It is very awkward timing, but we got it. So that lamp attack actually used to be counterable, but there was a patch that removed the ability to counter, so we just dodge instead. We don't need the AP generation. I think optimally you would parry so you get some AP so you don't have to use energy tints, but like whatever. Alright, so because the target is burned, and Lune has Critical Moment and is at 1 HP, Lightning Dance will always crit and deal 12 hits. That is why she is the main damage dealer of this part of the run. You need a little bit of counter damage on the first attack, in the first phase. This phase we dodge everything, but first phase you need some counter damage, about 2k. There we go. You're beginning to think Lightning Dance might be pretty good. What makes you say that? But yeah, so the other thing with Lightning Dance is it's actually a pretty mediocre move. However, it has the stains it will consume are it will consume a red, blue, and green stain. And if it does consume all of the stains, it does way more damage. I don't know what the exact multiplier is, but it's the difference between like 600 and 3k damage, right? It's like 5 times. And so maybe not 5, it's probably like 4. Either way, it's like absurd amount more damage. And so a lot of these fights are going to be navigating like, all right, let me generate the correct stains and have enough AP, because Lightning Dance costs 6 AP because we have the Diminorum weapon. And yeah, that's what a lot of fights are going to be. It's going to be navigating the stains and the AP to then deal a pretty massive blow on Lightning Dance. Here is definitely still Gustav. Nothing bad happened to Gustav, I promise. But this is the beginning of Act 2, so we just finished off Act 1. Verso here is very much like Gustav in that he's kind of like a swordsman style character. We're going to learn a bunch of moves though here. And then do some menuing. We're going to give Verso that Delaram weapon at Death's Door. First strike. And then she actually wants this. Okay. But yeah, the Delaram weapon that we've just equipped onto Verso, that's the weapon that we got from the paint cage earlier. That weapon, so Verso's, I didn't talk about CL's battle mechanics. I'll talk about that while we're running through Forgotten Battlefield, but Verso's battle mechanics are, it's a concept of perfection. Basically every attack that he does, everything he dodges, everything he parries, all that kind of stuff, he will gain perfection. It's a rank from D rank all the way up to S rank, and the higher the perfection, the more damage he does. The Delaram weapon starts him in B rank instead of D at the cost of half of his health. This is where we learn about gradient counters. Gradient counters are like normal counters, except you use a different button, and there's a larger time window, and it goes grayscale. We intentionally have Verso die there because we want him at 1 HP for the next battle. But yeah, so that is Verso's battle mechanics. Like I said, he's going to start in B rank for all the time that he has the Delaram equipped, which is much, much better than D rank. He actually has some moves he cannot cast if he is at D rank. So being able to start at a higher rank is really, really powerful. CL's battle mechanics are a bit more confusing. It's honestly one that I struggled with the most on my casual playthrough. She has this concept of foretell, where some of her moves will apply foretell onto an enemy. And then some of her moves will be able to consume foretell off of the enemy to deal more damage or some other effect. She also has this concept of sun moves and moon moves and twilight. Basically, if she can use a sun move and a moon move, she goes into twilight, and then during twilight, she deals more damage. I'm probably not going to focus on that aspect too much during the run. Just know that it is routed in such a way that it's taking advantage of things like twilight. It's just not one of the things I tend to focus on. So here in Forgotten Battlefield, we're going to pick up a couple of journals, as well as by Inverted Affinity, which is a picto that will start a character in inverted state. Inverted is a state that means if you, instead of getting healed by some healing spells or the consumables, you will take damage instead. But the benefit of it is while you are inverted, you deal 30% more damage. So, very powerful. Picto is essentially going to be equipped on most people for a lot of the run. And then we're going to head into the Duelist fight. So Duelist is like, if you were going to show somebody who's never played this game one boss from this game, 9 times out of 10, you're going to show him this boss. This is one of the coolest bosses in the game. So Verso's going to be our main damage dealer for this fight instead of Lune. Basically, Duelist resists all of Lune's stuff, so... Makes more sense for Verso to do it. I'll explain a little bit of Verso's stuff after the fight. I want to make sure I get through this. Phase 2 is very random. Phase 2 is more, or Phase 1, yeah, Phase 1 is random. Phase 2 is more or less scripted. He always uses the same moves in the same order. Good. But that is the fight. And there's perfection. So sometimes you don't get perfection here. There is a backup place where we can get that trophy. It's essentially getting Verso up to S rank. But that fight went surprisingly well. There are a few different variations of that fight in the speedrun. I choose to do one that is labeled as the mediocre fight. It essentially always works and is always roughly the same amount of time. But it is not like the best version of the fight. The in-game time for that fight I just got was a 2:04, and it's possible to get down to like a 1:40 if you get the optimal fight. The problem is if you go for the optimal fight and don't get it, you could easily end up with like a 2:30 fight. So I just take the mediocre fight and deal with it. But yeah, so Verso's moves synergy, kind of what we're looking at. So the two main moves you're going to see me use with Verso, at least right now. Later on, he's going to get powerful like Gustav has, as well as a move called Leadership, which gives all of the party members like 4 or 5 AP. But right now, his two main moves are Defiant Strike and Berserk Slash. Defiant Strike is a move that is 2 hits, and it marks the target on the second hit, and it will take 30% of Verso's health on that second hit. So if you start at 50% health, like I could have with the Delaram, I'd be down to 20% with a single Defiant Strike.
Yeah.
That's actually a really common strategy in the story glitchless run, story difficulty glitchless. Because it synergizes really well with Berserk Slash, which is a 3-hit move that deals more damage the lower health that Verso is. So again, you can kind of see all this synergy working together with the like low health and crits and all these moves that deal more damage at low health and Pictos that deal more damage at low health. Like it all kind of just comes together, which is super, super cool. So we're going to upgrade the weapons. We're also going to give some Lumina points. So colors of Lumina are the way that you can upgrade your characters to have more, basically more space for Lumina to be learned.
How far
Oops,
to Minoko
there we go.
Station?
With SGA? That should be quick.
Okay. So I think I covered everything. There's a lot with the battle mechanics to cover in this game. It's fairly simple on its surface, but it is actually like a very in-depth battle system. So we're going to do this optional battle. This is going to do two things. We're going to learn a Lumina. We're going to like start learning Luminas as well as set up Lune at 1 HP. It also just happens to be on the way to our next area, which is super cool. Love that for us. All right, and here we're heading to Minoko Station. Minoko Station is where we're going to recruit Minoko. Minoko is going to be the final character, final party member of the game. Minoko is your typical blue mage. The way that he works is whenever he is in battle defeating an enemy, he will quote-unquote take their foot, which gives him basically a move where he can turn into that enemy.
They're real too.
There is a trophy for getting all 40 feet, so that will be a thing that we do, but I'll explain how we do that later on. Versa's going to get the Dualiso weapon, and then combo attack, critical moment swap, energizing attack. Okay. So Verso got the combo attack Pictos. It's basically going to make every one of his attacks, base attacks, do 2 hits instead of 1. And then he also has the Dualiso weapon, and the Dualiso weapon allows him to play immediately after a base attack. So you'll see that here. So I'm going to attack, hit twice because of combo attack, play again because of Dualiso, and then I'm going to Energy Tint Lune. Lune is going to Ice Lance. Ice Lance slows the target, which allows CL to get her turn. Intervention to allow Lune to go again. And then Lightning Dance, dealing 9k per hit against Minoko. All right. So we don't have Minoko yet. We actually recruit him after this next fight. You want First Strike and don't want Dodger. That's what it is. Okay. So this is the tutorial battle for our own gradient attacks. So we learned about the gradient attacks that the opponent can do, where you have to hit a different button to parry, and the timing window for the parry is like way too big, in my opinion. These are our gradient attacks. Gradient attacks come in different... you basically have to generate gradient charges. Every AP you do increases the bar by 5%, so after 20 you can use a gradient attack. And there are different levels of gradient attacks that we'll be unlocking throughout the run.
Your turn to shine.
But here is one of those gradient attacks in action. The other benefit of a gradient attack is it allows you to play immediately. So it doesn't count as your turn. Oh, second cutscene. All right, so we now have our full party, and I'm going to go ahead and do another upgrade session. So go ahead and do that. This is 4, 5, and 9. This is Recoat. I believe it is 9, 37, 14. All Agility, All Might. And then Lune is going to learn Mayhem and then Elemental Trick. Elemental Trick is the main move we're looking for here, which the way that it works is every crit, it basically hits 4 times, 1 for each color stain, and every crit you get generates a stain of that color. So, Lightning Dance consumes a red, a blue, and a green stain. So what we can do is we can Elemental Trick first to generate a stain of every color, because we're guaranteed to crit. and then use Lightning Dance afterward for a ton of damage. I'm going to keep hammering it home. Everything just synergizes together so nicely. There are like countless builds you can do in this game. It is another one of the things that makes this game truly special. Like, there's no one correct way to play. And you can just do so many different things, and they're all like, you can make a case for pretty much anything, and you can do a ton of damage, especially by the end of the game. All right, so lore-wise, we're heading to Old Lumiere. Old Lumiere is where the Paintress's heart is, according to Verso. So that's what we're going to go do.
Welcome, my friends.
Do a bit of a menu here on the jump. All right. So there's a bunch of stuff we did in that menu, but the basic gist of it is everyone now has First Strike on. I mentioned earlier, First Strike is super beneficial because it allows you to play first. It also gives a hidden 10% boost to your attack. Everyone also has Inverted Affinity now. And then just some other general,
friends,
you know, Picto
forgiveness for landing us in this
maintenance, I
quagmire.
guess.
It's okay, Minoko.
So in this section, we kind of got party split up. Is your classic RPG. Oh no, the party had something happen, and now you can only play with these 3 characters instead of all 5. Fortunately, there are no mandatory battles in this section. There are in the next section, but we can account for that pretty easily. So yeah, we're basically just getting through Old Lumiere here.
The world was smaller and cozier, livelier. There were many more of us Gestrels back then. The fracture tore our villages apart. Only a fraction of a fraction survived. Our forests are filled with Gestrels awaiting rebirth.
All right. So that is it for the Lune Ciel Minoko section, and now we have a Verso Mael section. There is a mandatory battle in this section,
Where do you live in
but like I said, Verso has been a good damage dealer for us, and then Mael was kind of our damage dealer at the start, so they're both pretty well equipped for anything the game will throw at us.
It's called Matilda's now.
One of the other really big... Actually, I should mention this real quick. So way back in Prologue, I picked up this item called the Old Key. That is to open this door. If you do not have the Old Key, which you can only obtain during the Prologue, you cannot grab that journal, and you are locked out. I personally am not a fan of missable stuff in games like that. But luckily, if you know about it, it's not too bad. And it's really easy to get the Old Key. It's not like it's exactly hidden. Alright, so Mael is going to go ahead and Rain of Fire. And Verso is going to Berserk Slash. Alright. And then this is honestly, in most runs, one of the scariest sections. So now that everyone has First Strike on, if I happen to run into an enemy, I will be able to run away. In order to flee in this game, you have to have every party member attempt to flee. Basically, like, initiate the flee, and then the game goes through and is like, all right, you have 3 party members, all 3 have to attempt to flee. If you only have 2 party members, then only 2 have to attempt to flee. If you only have 1 party member, which is the situation we are currently in, you have to attempt to flee twice. And so anybody I run into here, Mael is going to be the only person, and so she'll get to go first because of First Strike, but then she won't get to go again because she has no investment in her agility. So pretty much if I ran into an enemy, I would just reset to the last save because it would be faster than trying to actually run away. So is this our first manor section of the game? I think it might be. So throughout the game are these manor doors. And this is the manor where we found Mayel at the very start of the game. All of the doors when you first get here are locked. And so as you find the doors out in the various areas in the game, then you unlock the doors, and there are music discs, and there are journals, and other collectible items there. So we would be doing that quite a lot. All right, so this is the first Renoir fight. Renoir is the leader of the first expedition, and he's the one who ambushed us on the beach at the very, very start of the game. So Lune is going to set up her health at low HP. And I can dodge everything in this fight. Can't dodge this. Radiant attacks cannot be dodged. You have to parry them. So now Lune has all of her stains. Oh my god, another one. I'm actually going to do this.
Let's carve a path.
Let's push forward.
So leadership is a move that the way that it works is Verso will drop down a rank with his perfection. And as a result of dropping a rank in perfection, he will give all of the party members 2 to 4 AP. The problem is if he is at D rank, he cannot drop a rank. So you have to be at least at C rank in order to use the move leadership. And so I was not at C rank, so I had to do an extra attack there to build up. Yeah, Renoir has a few different attacks with some really awkward timings. I got very lucky with the attacks I got. So quick little revisit here to Old Lumiere. We're going to actually be revisiting this place one more time later on. But this area here is blocked off before you've defeated Renoir. So we need to revisit this. There's a journal here. There's also some chroma for us to pick up. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So go ahead and pop.
What have
Armand.
we here?
All right. Okay, so story-wise, we learned that the Paintress's heart actually was not in the manor, or the manor may have had the Paintress's heart. However, the manor got like blasted to another dimension, so we don't know where the manor ended up. And we finally decide that in order to reach the Paintress at the monolith, there is a barrier in the way, and anyone who tries to go through the barrier basically gets gouged on the spot. So the curator is going to help us by creating a weapon that will allow us to break through the barrier, aptly named the Barrier Breaker. But in order to get enough chroma, which is kind of like the life force in the world, in order to get enough chroma to
So this is Visage Island.
build the Barrier Breaker, we have to defeat the 2 Axons. Axons are like very powerful enemies, where we have normally, they have normal, like the normal enemies are Nevrons. There are like, you know, hundreds and hundreds of Nevrons. There are 4 Axons. One of them has already been defeated by somebody else, lore-wise.
Creeping me out.
And then another one is unreachable, so we have to defeat the 2 available Axons. So this is Visage Island. The island is full of masks. I find it very creepy, personally. And the gimmick of this island is that there are 3 emotion masks. There is a sadness veil. There is a Joy Veil, and an Anger Veil. And at each one is an optional boss. And for each one you defeat, you get a leg up in the actual boss battle at the end of the area. The speedrun is not going to defeat any of these optional bosses for obvious reasons. But we are going to visit all 3 areas because there are items for us to pick up. There are journals and collectibles as well as useful items. So in this veil, we're going to get the Glass Cannon Picto. Glass Cannon is a Picto that allows the holder to deal 25% more damage at the cost of taking 25% more damage. But obviously we are not attempting to take any damage in the run, so this is going to be fine. The Joy Veil is going to have the Confident Fighter Picto, which is 50% more damage, but you cannot be healed. Again, we're not attempting to take any damage, so getting healed is not a priority for us. And then otherwise, it's just picking up a few resources like Resplendent Chroma Catalysts, which will allow us to upgrade our weapons, as well as the collectible journals and music records and whatnot. Wait. I'm going the wrong way. I don't know why I thought it was over there. Alright, so I'm actually going to try something a little bit different. No, I should have done it the other way. It's fine.
Expedition 30.
Nice.
Another common theme I don't think I've mentioned in this game is there are a lot of things to trip on the ground. So you will see me doing like random jumps and stuff. A lot of it is to just try and not get stuck on little pebbles on the ground. It is very easy to get caught in the geometry of the level. And, you know, if you are next to an enemy, it could be pretty bad. So that was the Sadness Veil. We grabbed the items we needed. This is the Joy Veil. It's worth mentioning you actually do take this detour in the Expert Glitchless run to grab Confident Fighter. That is how powerful that Picto is. It is worth however long this takes. The other thing we're going to do while we're here is do another low HP setup.
On the surface, at least.
And you'll kind of see the flea mechanics I was talking about earlier.
With lies.
All right, so here's Confident Fighter. And then I need to menu. I'll menu on the jump. All right, so you want Glass Cannon, you want Combo Attack. And then you want Confident Fighter over this. And you want First Strike here. And then you want this. Delaram. All right. So we equip the Delaram on, like, generally speaking, Verso wants the Dualiso weapon for the majority of what he does. But he wants the Delaram specifically so he has a higher rank for this. This is an intentional encounter. Verso is inverted, which means if I try to heal himself with a move like Perfect Recovery, he dies instead. Lune is going to fail her Wildfire, so she's going to die. And then if you look at the turn order, Minoko gets to go twice because he is so fast. And he's able to flee, and I got stuck on the people. Yeah, so now Verso and Lune are at 1 HP. Low HP setups are very crucial in the expert run. You don't do many of them in the story difficulty run. I guess I never mentioned the difference between the difficulties. Let me do this menu first, and then I'll explain it, because it is kind of interesting. And there's one thing that a lot of people don't know. All right, so you want the Dualiso, you want Glass Cannon, And then that. Okay. So there are 3 difficulties in this game. There is Story, which is kind of like your easy difficulty. There is Expeditioner, which is your normal, the quote-unquote intended gameplay experience. And then there is Expert, which is what we are currently playing on. The main difference in gameplay between Expeditioner and Expert is actually the amount of damage that bosses deal, or not bosses, like enemies deal in general, as well as the amount of health that they have. Enemies on Expert have a lot more health than they do on Expeditioner. The main difference between Story and Expeditioner is the dodge and parry timings. The dodge and parry timings on Story are almost like twice as large as they are on Expeditioner. And they are the same between Expeditioner and Expert. So if you were playing this game on Expeditioner, thinking that like, oh, like Expert's going to be so much harder because like you're not going to have as much time for dodges and parries, it is actually the same.
There was a message.
Which I don't think a lot of people know.
Do you know who left it?
A message?
All right, so we grabbed all the stuff in the manor, and we're going to make our way back to the actual boss. All right, so the boss here is another 2-phase boss. It is actually 2 separate enemies, which is kind of interesting. If we were doing a glitched run, it is actually possible to, rather than just finishing phase 1, actually kill the boss in phase 1, and it skips phase 2 entirely. It is pretty interesting. It involves Lune's move Stormcaller, which does like extra damage at the end of turns. And just the way it interacts with this boss in particular. You can actually defeat the first phase.
Ominous.
But yeah, anyways, this phase 1 is going to be the Visage Axon. Which, not the real Axon, but whatever. The Visage enemy. Visage, the gimmick for Visage is there are different masks. There's a determination mask, a doubt mask, an anxiety mask, a peaceful mask. I think there's another one that I can't think of.
What does that mean? He who guards truth with lies.
But we're only going to see one. We're going to see the determination mask. The determination mask is always hits first attack, and then it goes random after that. And we're only going to give it 1 attack. In phase 2 is going to be the Mask Keeper, the true Axon. And the Mask Keeper is going to get bonuses because we did not defeat the optional bosses in the different veils. The only effect we're going to see is the Anger Mask allows him to go twice. So his 1 turn is actually going to be 2 turns.
I think I'll improvise. I've got this.
So here Lune's going to use Elemental Trick. Every hit is going to critical hit, which means we're going to generate 1 of every stain. CL is going to Intervention to allow Lune to go again. Lune's going to deal about 120k damage in a single turn. Good. Alright, so that wildfire basically sets Lune up to do another full power lightning dance, which we're going to pull off here. And then Mask Keeper's going to get 2 attacks here. Let's see what he get. I'm going to lock in for this, because these are tough attacks.
Bring it on.
Good. 1 more. Good. we set up a powerful. Wildfire sets up our stains for another lightning dance. Alright. Cool. So there's two different ways that fight can go. Basically, there are 3 attacks that the Masskeeper can do. He actually has more attacks, but there's only 3 he can do on the first 2. If he does 2 solo target attacks, then you have to do like a little bit of extra stuff. Alright, I got a bad cutscene, that's fine. You do...
Her name's...
You have to set up a leadership, basically, and then
she helped.
it's a little bit slower.
Do you want the...
If you get what I got, which was the AoE attack, and do some of the parries, but not all of them, then he will... You have enough AP that you don't need leadership, and you can skip the... you can just use powerful instead of the leadership, which is a bit faster. All right. So we're going to go ahead and upgrade some weapons here. I did a little cutscene there. You do get a trophy for viewing a optional cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But specifically, I did that because I need the Letra A Mael music record. And it is a missable record.
Oh,
Exactly.
So it is
Clearly.
very imperative I do that. I actually did not
You get it.
notice if I got it.
It's not.
I normally pay very close attention to it
actually,
to make sure I did get it.
do I get
So
to
let's go ahead and look.
Well,
I'm going to use the amazing new Twitch
Okay.
be kind.
feature
Yeah,
to rewind a live stream. Letra Amael. All right. Nope. Don't do that.
you have,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
At least I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
What was
Yes.
it like?
Aside, although
How old were you?
I never panicked and they, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I used to have,
Nah.
well I was a
Even Gustav.
kind of,
Oh,
I
shoot.
guess,
See? What's something?
wondering, nobody, but
Yeah.
the hanging, do you miss,
Not just the third home.
you have,
Yeah. So.
you have,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So I am fighting, or not fighting. I am
Yeah.
doing all these cutscenes here with Mael. So
But I
there
think
is
you may
a
show what kind of why?
Didn't,
You must.
no,
Well, you said.
I-
What do I?
well, yeah.
What
Yeah.
am I thinking of?
I can every time.
There is a relationship building mechanic in this game.
Ooh, no.
Every character can go up to a level 7 relationship. And this is essentially how you get the other gradient skills. So every character starts with one gradient skill, but then like here is Mael's second one. Mael gets a third one at level 7. I'm going to be doing most of these in post game. Is that no? That's right. And then you want this, and then you want this. Okay. I'm going to be doing most of these in post game. However, we're going to get some of them here. Basically, Mael up to level 4, and then CL up to level 3. It's mostly just because this dialogue here is contextual to what you're doing in the game at the time. And so CL's and Mael's dialogue there is shorter than it is in post-game. So we're just going to do some of these early.
Trade
Well,
But
first.
you unlock the
Something
ability to get to certain levels later in the game. So like right now, Mael can only get to level 4. So we're going to stop there. CL can get to level 4, but we're going to stop at 3 because her relationship stuff interacts with Lune's in a weird way. And so we're basically just going to
next one.
stop hers before anything romantic happens, effectively.
Stop. Come on.
Over 100. All right.
Yeah, these are for the most part split up. Like you do one character at a time.
An old man.
There is one section though where you do
That was
White hair.
you finish off one character, you do like 2 of these cutscenes, you do the entirety of another character, and then you do like 2 more with a 3rd character. So it's like a very long stretch, but
See?
Yeah,
Come back with a
it's not too bad. Okay. One more for CL.
next one.
Okay, so what did I just learn with CL? So with CL, I just learned 2 moves. I learned Sealed Fate and
I could.
Card Weaver. Card Weaver is a really cool move. It will basically allow CL to go twice. So she uses it once and then gets to play immediately. It's kind of like Verso's Dualiso weapon,
I know.
but it is a separate skill. And then she also learned the move Sealed Fate. Sealed Fate is a move that can deal up to 6 hits, or 7 hits rather. And I think it does more damage if it's consuming Foretell, something weird like that. I forget exactly how it works. But yeah, you can kind of see we've transitioned away from like these big, you know, nuking skills like Percy into skills like Lightning Dance or Sealed Fate, or actually CL's Gradient ability called Shadowbringer is all very similar, where it does multiple hits. So even if you're not hitting the damage cap, which we actually are with Lightning Dance, but even if you're not hitting the damage cap,
The architecture looks very
you are
different here.
dealing a ton of damage because you're doing multiple
Never
hits.
existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
That's what it is. Yeah. It deals extra damage if the enemy has Foretell on him, but doesn't consume the Foretell if you get a crit, which we're going to be getting a lot of crits because of Critical Moment. So. All right. So this is Seren's Island. Seren is the 2nd Axon. You technically can fight. You technically can do Seren before Visage, but the game kind of leads you toward Visage first, both with, I think, the way the dialogue is done, as well as the fact that there is, on certain areas, depending on your level, it'll be like, danger, don't go here yet. You can ignore it, but
It is.
the game is definitely kind of leading you toward Masskeeper first.
Dance feels familiar.
All right, we're going to do another low health setup. This time we're actually going to wipe our entire party. This game has, if your entire party wipes, then you can do the last stand of the expedition and basically send out your secondary party. And so we're actually going to do that a couple times, but here is the first time. So everyone died. Oh no, we have wiped. Bring out the reserve team. And because everyone on the reserve team has first strike, we are able to flee immediately. All right, so this island only has a couple of small detours. We have to grab this journal here. And then there's a journal in the very, very final room. But for the most part, this area is pretty chill. It's kind of like the first section you have to like take a breather. These UFO type things, you can't speed them up or anything. The only thing that's with them is normally you have to walk on them, but you'll notice I'm running. That is because I have been holding down the sprint button since I got on. As soon as I let go, I will have to walk. But we just hold it down so that way we can run off the UFO fast at the end. I guess while we're doing this, how's everyone doing? How's everyone enjoying the RPG Speedrunner Union event so far? It looks like a really, really stacked week of amazing runs. So I'm very excited to both be a part of it and to watch it. over the rest of the week.
Place is huge.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
Feels like home.
So we're gonna grab another color of Lumina here. Post game has a ton of colors of Lumina. Like we're gonna be using over 100 total, but like right now we have like 4. So it's a couple places we can pick up quick ones like that, as well as we'll be able to buy some later on at merchants. All right, we're gonna do another menu here. Main thing here is the Immaculate Picto, which deals 30% more damage if you have not taken any damage this fight, which is super cool. So CL is going to get At Death's Door, and then Confident Fighter's Swap, and then Immaculate Overbreaker, and then this. So here's the Tissure. Tissure is the optional boss of this area that makes the main boss easier. Essentially, Seren, the boss of the area, will, once you get down to like half health, something like that, I forget exactly how it works, the Tissure can be summoned to add shields to her dress, effectively. But we're not going to fight the Tissure, we don't have to. Tissure is actually, in my opinion, harder than Seren. He sets up Curse, which basically, or curses your party, which gives everyone a countdown. It's kind of like Perish Song, if you know Perish Song in Pokemon. But here's Glissando. Glissando is required. It is actually possible to skip Glissando. It is no collision, so you can just continually shoot with free aim shots to stun it and walk right through him, but that is not allowed in Glitchless. And a Card Weaver. And then Intervention to get a Lightning Dance off. Okay. Timing on that attack in particular is incredibly awkward, so very happy we got that. I didn't attack. I'll be fine. I'm not going to be fine.
Overflowing with energy. Lightning dance.
Die to the burn, die to the burn. Dang it.
Just try it.
Yeah, so I forgot to attack with Verso, and attacking with Verso would... Should have Berserk slashed. Still Fate. Yeah, attacking with Verso would set defenseless, basically, so I would have dealt more damage, but that's totally fine. Even though Lune got eaten, she still gets credit for the win and all that stuff, like experience, so we're fine. Alright. Now we're going to head to Seren, the actual boss battle, and there's a journal along the way. So yeah, Seren fight is going to be very similar. This fight is actually one of my favorite in the game casually. She has one specific attack that is like, the first time you see it is mind-blowing because it just doesn't stop. It's really cool. If anyone knows the final ballet attack, that's the one I'm referring to. The idea behind it is that this fight is kind of like a ballet performance, effectively. And so once she gets down to about 80% health, the first act begins, and there's a special attack that goes along with it. When she gets to half health, I think it's the second act, and then when she's at low health, the final act begins. All of those attacks are super theatrical, and they are like amazingly well done, and they're difficult to deal with. But they're all very slow, as you can imagine. So what we're going to do is we're going to intentionally underdamage with our first round of attacks, so that way we don't knock her into Act 1. And then, ideally, we get through the rest of the fight in a single turn.
You're okay, right?
So like I said, we'll see if we can get that. Like I said, the important thing is we do not deal too much damage. So I'm going to intentionally be failing a bunch of quick time events to ensure that we don't deal too much damage. Good. So that attack always happens, assuming she hadn't gone frantic yet. Once she goes frantic, now Act 1 will begin on her next turn, but she's not going to get a next turn.
I think I'll improvise. I've lived through worse.
Not looking good.
Very cool. All right, so that is both Axons down. And now we're going to go ahead and build up Minoko's relationship up to level 4. Minoko has a duel that he does at level 4, so we're going to go all the way up to that. And then we are going to head to the Monolith, which is where the Paintress resides. Chat, we're almost done with the game.
Have you seen?
Can you believe it? We're going to be so underestimate.
Should and
Oh yeah. Remember that?
good.
Good.
Talk.
You're finally.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah. Polishing up.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Why do you a war
Mental.
imagine charging brand think of
True.
and then from that up
Funny.
Stella
Right.
ha,
Perfect. Want to go in?
but maybe
All right then.
you're fine.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah. Minoko.
Why would I
Just it.
I beg
Yes. Stop being.
you for
Fine.
actually that does look nice. Okay. Ooh,
Great.
All right. One more. And then it's the fight.
you're fine.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
And then after this is the Monolith.
Nuh-uh.
No.
The monolith is kind of like, it's meant to kind of be like the final dungeon of the game. And it's essentially like a revisit to all of the different areas of the game. So like there's a Spring Meadows type area, there's a Flying Waters area.
And I respect. Come on.
And it's honestly, it's a shame that we just run through the whole thing, because there are a lot of like really cool areas and bosses and enemies and stuff that we're just going to skip for the most part. Oops.
Wow. I drank too much last night.
I can't remember a thing.
You clean me out, mezzanine.
But it's all going to start with actually a paintress fight. Oh no, the paintress, this giant,
We can finally reach the
ginormous
Let's make sure we're well prepared
paintress.
beforehand. We still have a
But
little
it's
bit
actually a
of time.
fake fight. So it is a fight that we are going to actually use. Essentially, every attack you do against her is going to do nothing. So the general way you get through this fight is you just skip your turns. It's kind of like what we did at the end of Act 1, where it was Gustav versus the white-haired man. We just didn't attack because it's faster to skip turns. We are going to use that battle, actually, to set up low HP. The normal Expert Glitchless run has a different way to set up HP that doesn't involve this fight, but it is a little bit too late because we need to... there's something specific we want low health for earlier. All right, so Verso wants the Delaram. Delaram, and then wants combo attack here. Okay. You could have placed bets that Monolith would be Minoko grind stuff. So, funny enough, we will actually do one fight for Minoko reasons. Minoko again, because I mentioned it when we first got him, but it hasn't been relevant. Minoko has blue mage qualities. Essentially, if he is in battle when you win a fight against an enemy, he can take their foot, and by taking their foot, he learns a move where he can turn into that enemy. And there is a trophy or achievement, depending on your platform, that involves collecting all of the feet, and there are 40 of them. There are a lot of them. And you may have noticed Minoko has not been in our party ever, which means he just has like the 2 feet he started with. But that's not going to be a problem. There's going to be an area that we get the vast majority of the feet. But there are going to be some feet we get early, intentionally. And this area has one of them. Dualiso, Tisserand.
We
Okay.
are in... Inside the monolith? What was that thing? Why did it help us inside?
Are you all right, Mael?
Up there. She's the paintress.
Stalactite.
She's up
Stalactite Punch, yeah.
What do you mean?
Unfortunately, we will not see
I don't
Stalactite Punch
know.
at all.
But I can sense the real paintress.
Oh, don't get stuck on stuff.
Her heart is above us somewhere.
I guess we head up then. Verso, what was that?
I don't know.
All right, so this is kind of like the Spring Meadows area. All of the areas in the monolith are the tainted versions. So this is Tainted Meadows. We're about to go into Tainted Waters.
again.
Mm-hmm.
Teaching her children to paint, huh?
All right, we're going to go to a gestural merchant here. We need to buy. We need 10 total polished chroma catalysts. And then I needed resplendent chroma catalysts as well. Polished will allow me to upgrade a weapon to level 9, and then resplendent allows you to upgrade it to level 19. Sometimes a weapon that you get will be obtained at a high level that you don't need those different kinds of chroma catalysts, but there is one weapon that we actually currently have at level 5 that we are going to be perfecting, getting all the way up to 33, so we definitely need a lot of resources. So we're going to run on by all of these people and then head into the Tainted Sanctuary. So this is like the Red Forest, the Ancient Sanctuary area. And we're actually going to run into the first battle here. We're going to use this battle for two things. The first is it's going to be another low HP setup that we do. So we're going to wipe our party and then bring in Minoko and Mael to finish the battle. But we're also going to do it because the Ranger, Sakapatat, this guy, is one of the feat that Minoko can have. So by winning the battle with Minoko in the party, as opposed to this party, then we can get his foot. So we're going to potentially die there. Bring in the backup squad, and then finish him off with Mael. So now we have, it's like Sakapatat Esotech or something weird like that. I forget exactly what it's called. But that is going to be very, very important for us to have to get Minoko's wheel control achievement. Every character has an achievement or a trophy associated to their main battle mechanic. So, for example, Verso had one for getting to S rank. Mael had one for doing, I think, a Percy in Virtuose stance. Lune has one for consuming a stain 4 turns in a row that we have not done yet, but we will, obviously. And Minoko has one for... so in addition to him being a blue mage, he also has this idea of a mask wheel. And essentially every turn, the wheel will move 1 slot. And depending on what the wheel is currently on, certain moves will be more powerful. So there's like the... I forget exactly what all the wheel segments are called. But there's an achievement or a trophy for using a move that corresponds to the wheel 4 turns in a row. And Sakapatat, the Ranger Sakapatat move is one that will help us get that effectively. All right, so this is Tainted Battlefield. This area has one of the toughest enemies to dodge, so let's see how I do. If I do run into them, I have first strike, so I can flee very easily, but ideally that just doesn't happen. So these guys, we got to go all the way around, climb these bodies, and all right, perfect. It's very easy to get stuck on somebody while doing that. So I made that look a lot easier than it actually is. And then we have another manor door. This area has 2 things to pick up. And when I did a run the other day, I missed that pickup right there. I just didn't see it. Luckily, none of this stuff is considered missable. It's just you'd have to revisit the manor to pick it up if you don't get the trophy to pop at the right time. All right, so this is Tainted Hearts. This is kind of like the Minoko Station area. And then there's a Tainted Lumiere. Yeah, all these really cool enemies that we're just going to be blowing right past. We will be fighting most... I mean, obviously we're going to be fighting every enemy that has a foot for Minoko. But most of the enemy types, including the Gargant right there, we will be facing at some point in the run.
The chroma here. I can read it.
It's just we're not equipped right now. The main reason why it doesn't make sense to fight like a lot of people now. There's two main reasons. One of them I'm not going to spoil yet. I'll spoil when we get there. But the other reason is we currently have a damage cap, and I guess this is also kind of a spoiler. The damage cap will not apply after we get out of the monolith. We will have a picto that allows us to ignore the damage cap. And so it just doesn't make sense to do a lot of these fights now when... If we wait until a little bit later, we would be able to blow through the damage cap. All right, so we're going to teach Stormcaller. Stormcaller is the move I kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, where you can... It basically, every hit you do does a little bit of extra residual damage, as well as the enemy's attacks. After an enemy attacks, he'll also take a little bit of residual damage. We use it on exactly one fight, which is the Renoir fight coming up. Which I probably should start explaining the way that fight works now. But anyways, and then the other move we learned was CL learned All Set. All Set is kind of like an Omni boost for the entire party. So the entire party will get Shell, which gives it more defense. Powerful, which gives it more attack power. We've seen that a lot in the run. And then as well as Rush, which makes the party member a bit faster. All right, so detour here to grab a journal, and then after I get the journal, I will explain this next fight. Because it will be impossible for me to explain during the fight. All right, so bait these guys in. Oh, don't get stuck, please.
Charlotte.
Okay. So Renoir 2. Renoir 2, a lot of people say has the best music in the game, which definitely a good track. I don't know if it's the best, but it is very good. Kind of comes out of nowhere, I'll be honest. But the main thing with this fight is it's a one-phase fight that kind of has two phases. When you get Renoir below half health and finish your turn, he will enter his enrage phase, where he will get a full heal, and then every attack he does after that, he'll get to go twice. There's a long cutscene associated with him transitioning to this phase, and all that stuff. This only happens if you knock him below half health and finish your turn. So the objective of this battle is going to be set ourselves up in such a way that we can deal over half of his health in a single person's turn. So Stormcaller is going to help out, as well as like all of the buffs that we've been dealing with over the course of the run. But you need to deal enough damage, but not too much damage. So I need to pay attention to this. Right there. This is very precise fight. Good. Whew. So yeah, that is a fight. That damage is super tight. You have a very small window where you have to deal enough damage with Verso, but not too much. And then you have to do all those extra shots and the Stormcaller extra damage, and it's a lot. On story difficulty, when he has much less HP, that fight is
She's there.
like free.
I can feel her.
We need
But
to
it
be as
is
prepared
very,
as
very
possible.
tight on
Once we go
expert.
up, there's no turning
All right.
back.
So here's the Paintress. We're going to do a small little menu here. Weakness gain over first strike, and then there. That menu is a little bit different on like normal glitchless. All right, Paintress fight. This fight is fairly scripted. The order that she does her moves are always the same. So it's actually one of the easiest fights to learn. That being said, a lot of the attacks are very difficult to dodge or parry. So while it's an easy fight to learn because it's like scripted, it is a difficult fight to learn because of the actual attacks that you see.
How cruel of your father to use you like this. I'll do it. Eyes up, eyes
All right, good.
Let's push forward.
So all set. So now everyone has all of the status buffs.
Ready to obey what you've done. Shoot him. Who are you supposed to be?
Good.
Let's push forward.
Yeah, lightning dance. What am I doing? Second guessing myself. All right, we are intentionally under damaging here and not sending her to phase 2 on these attacks. She has like a sliver of health left. But like I said, it's on purpose.
You can't betray her so lightly.
All right. So the reason why we do that is because if we did send her to phase 2 on that first, like on that attack, she would get to go first here, which is fine, except her third attack is a super long, really epic, like drawn out theatrical attack that we would just want to avoid. So we could have done more damage, but we choose not to, so that way we can have a faster phase 2.
Let's have some.
Right, 2 attacks here.
Brace yourselves. Renoir thinks I would not defend myself if
I actually have enough AP. I don't have to parry these.
literally
I'm going to out of comfort, but good.
Please, did I dream the fire? Is Versa still alive?
Good. Whew. All right. So she should go down this turn.
I think I'll improvise. I've lived through worse. No time to lose.
All right. I already got Verso's S rank achievement. If I didn't, this is where I would get it on phase 3. Phase 3 is like a pity phase. It's not a real phase. basically she is defeated, and she attempts to help us
Incoming.
by healing and whatnot. Good. All right, so that is the end of Act 2, and we are now moving on to Act 3. So one of the rewards for beating the Paintress is the Painted Power Picto. And Painted Power allows us to break the damage cap. There is no more damage cap as long as we have it equipped. Lore-wise, I guess if you're watching this far, you don't care about this game being spoiled. Essentially, this right here that I'm playing in is the real world. Mael is actually a woman named Alicia, and she is a painter. This is Clair. Clair is her sister. And essentially, the world that we have been in is a painted world. It is not real. And rather than the Paintress being the one who gamages everybody, she is actually the one warning everyone that she does not have the power to help them. And instead, Renoir, who is Alicia's father, so the Paintress is Alicia's mother, Renoir is Alicia's father. Renoir, who's actually the curator, who's been helping us along, is actually the one behind the gamage. He is basically trying to get Aline, who is the Paintress, out of the canvas because she has been in the canvas for too long. And by destroying her creations, he believes he can get her out. All of this is stemming from the fact that in the real world there was a fire that left Alicia disfigured, and Verso, her brother,
Why would he help
dead.
Everything?
And so the Paintress, Aline, is grieving. And this is Verso's childhood painting that she has decided to basically spend the rest of her life in. So, big lore dump there. That's why there were so many cutscenes to skip. So now we're going to talk to everybody at camp and begin Act 3. Act 3 is where things really open up. We are actually going to go beat the game first. Very first thing we're going to do in Act 3, we're going to go beat the game, and then we're going to do all the side stuff that you need to for trophies. Funny enough, the final boss in this game is nowhere near the boss with the most health or like the hardest boss or anything in this game. For reference, there is a boss, or the final boss on Expert has about, it's a 2-phase battle where there is 766,000 HP per phase, which is a lot. But there is a boss later on that we will be defeating that has 45 million HP. So we're going to upgrade some of this. I didn't want that. That's fine. I have enough recoats. No, you're actually here. You are here. Get rid of you, add you. Lots to menu here, so that's why I am taking this kind of slow. Glass cannon swap. You get rid of those two. You get rid of this. Painted Power, Immaculate, Confident Fighter. And then you want Dead Energy, Critical Moment, at Death's Door. Okay. All right, so what did we just do? So Mael has kind of been on the sidelines since the end of Act 1. Her main skills are single hit moves, like Percy, single hit move, and we learned that single hit moves just kind of fall off. Now that we don't have a damage cap because of Painted Power, single hit moves are back on the table, and she has this move called Stendhal that is completely busted. In fact, Stendhal originally was more powerful than it is like in this current run, and they nerfed it, and it is still by far the best move in the game. The downsides don't matter to us. One of the downsides is it costs a ton of AP to use, but we have great ways to generate AP, especially at this point in the run. And the other main drawback is like you go defenseless and lose all your shields, but we're not taking any damage anyways. So yeah, it is right here. You're going to see this move a lot. It is the boss deleter. Yeah, Stendhal has been nerfed. So every move, effectively, you can ignore the in-game description of a lot of moves. It'll be like high physical damage, high, like medium fire damage. Like that doesn't matter. Medium does not mean it's better than low. Medium does not mean it's worse than high. Like the descriptors mean nothing. There is a mod out there. I'm not using it. I'm on PS5, but I also wouldn't be using it on PC. But there is a mod out there that gives you the exact numbers. Essentially, every skill is a multiplier of your base attack. Stendhal, the current version of Stendhal, is 15 times damage. So it's 1,500% damage. Pre-nerf, Stendhal was 2,500% damage. You would deal 25 times your normal base attack, which is absurd. But yeah, the other moves that we learned with Mael, we learned Last Chance, which is a move I just used actually in battle. Last Chance is a move that brings Mael down to 1 HP, puts her in Virtuose stance, and gives her full AP. So she gets a full 9 AP. This is super powerful, especially with the Picto that we get from the fight I just did, called Shortcut. Shortcut as a Picto is when your health drops below 30% health, I think it is, you play immediately. So you can kind of see the synergy there. We will put ourselves at 1 HP. We will put ourselves at 1 HP, refill our AP. We will put ourselves in Virtuose stance, and then we'll get another turn because of Shortcut.
William.
And then the final move we learned with Mael is a move called Phantom Strike. Nothing too important there. The biggest thing is that it is her best AoE ability. So we haven't really had a lot of fights where there were more than one enemy in it. Like usually it's just a boss fight where there's a single boss. There are going to be fights coming up that have multiple enemies. And so Phantom Strike is going to be her best AoE ability.
Nev runs from the Axon Islands.
Okay.
Like Axon's their papa's creations, not Claire's.
Whoop. So we're going to make our way through the rest of Lumiere here. And basically Renoir is at the end. The real Renoir, not the painted one that we were fighting earlier. This Renoir fight is going to be a true two-phase fight. And I'll probably have to explain the strategy for it after the fact rather than before. Because I want to leave it in suspense, but I also... It's really hard to talk and like execute in this game, I find. All right.
Papa is somewhere past the gardens.
All right, so we should now have enough resources here to upgrade the Metallum, which is Mael's best weapon, from level 5 all the way up to 18. And then we're also going to give her 10 Lumina points. Good. And this is the final stretch. There is a boss battle here at the end, but weirdly enough, it's a mandatory fight that you can flee from and run past. Kind of interesting.
Father's been extra inspired.
So we're just going to run away and run past. Kind of bizarre, but anyways. Verso, Mael wants shortcut, and then she wants glass cannon. Okay.
Papa's over there. And the chroma we need to bring back Lumiere.
Even I can sense him.
We'd better make
All right,
sure
this
we're
is the
ready.
final boss of the game. There's technically one more fight before credits, but this is the main final boss. So we're going to start with an all set from CL. It's going to give everyone all of the different buffs. Verso's going to leadership to give everybody some stuff, and we're going to stend all. But we're going to intentionally fail the QuickTime event on the second one, which will allow us to intervention and then Virtuoso Strike. Virtuoso Strike will put us back into Virtuoso Stance. And the main thing here is at the start of Phase 2, Renoir will get an Omni Boost. However, because we finished him off on a Gradient attack, it is still Mael's turn. It is not a second turn of Mael's, it is still her one turn, which means she gets to go first. And because Phase 2 has the same amount of health as Phase 1, if we just do a full power Stendhal, it is enough damage to KO. So yeah, that is the main game beaten, effectively. He still does go through this. Like, this is his Omni Boost thing. Even though we have defeated him, he still gets to go through it. But he's going to unleash his power, which is the final cinematic. So essentially, the final thing we're going to do is we get to decide the fate of the canvas. The general idea is Verso wants the canvas destroyed, so that way everyone goes back to the real world. However, Mael wants to live in this world because she is disfigured, basically. A shell of a body, in her own words. In the real world. We are going to fight as Mael, not because we agree with her, but because she is currently set up to like defeat really high HP enemies, so... So goodbye, Verso. And that is the main game done. So that is Expert any percent glitchless in 224. No, but there is plenty more. We are over halfway done with getting all of our trophies. So we're going to load up the save file. That gives us the trophy for the end of the game, as well as there's a music record that you get for doing stuff, or for beating the game. So but now we're going to do all of this side stuff that we did not do before. SKA has the ability to fly now. So we're going to do this. I don't think I got the Lost Gestural outside of SKA's nest.
What have we here?
All right. Doesn't matter. I can grab it later. So yeah, it's mostly going to be just like running around to all these random areas and picking up items. There are plenty of dungeons that we're going through, so it's not going to be 2.5 hours of this. But there is a good amount of this. There's all these little side areas that have this weird camera perspective that I personally am not a fan of, but it's used quite a bit. Come on.
An advantage.
All right, now we're going to head to the Abyss Cave. Abyss Cave is probably the first danger area that you encounter in the game. It is an area that is available right after you beat the first boss. So like 15 minutes into the run, we fought Yvek. Right after Yvek, you could go fight this guy. You don't want to. He is far too high level for you, but we're going to make quick work of him because of Stendhal.
Let's carve a path.
So energy tint because Stendhal costs a ton. And goodbye. So the reason we defeat him is he gives us the first offensive Picto. First hit dealt or taken is 50% more. Again, we're not going to be taking any damage, or ideally not taking any damage for the rest of the game. So that is purely just a 50% boost to our first move every battle. All right. And so some of the random merchants around the world will give us different music discs. And this is our first of 5 gestural beaches. There are 5 of these. Bane of my existence. Where am I? What? I've never had that happen before. That's never happened before. Yeah, I guess this is no longer glitchless. No. But yeah, so there are 5 gestural beaches. They're not all the same thing. Each one is actually different. Like, pretty different. This one is all about the balance beam and apparently the spinning things that you can clip into. Majority of them aren't too bad. This one's like annoying. It's not terribly difficult. But they can be on the frustrating side. Pretty much all of them, actually.
Here we go.
He said the line.
Isabel of the...
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere.
All right. So now we're going to head to Yellow Harvest. Yellow Harvest is a Act 1 side area. That is actually pretty large. For being an area that you don't have to go to, I think there's a lot of detail and a lot of like really cool secrets and stuff in this area. we're mainly here for a few journals. There are 3 journals to grab, as well as a few useful pictos. But because we entered through the back, we are going to have to defeat the boss. Which, again, it's an Act 1 boss, so it's not the hardest.
Relay the trail.
Thank you for the affirmation.
Julian, 50.
So we're just gonna backtrack through here. I say backtrack. It's because the I've never landed on that ledge. The main front, like the front of this area, is actually the direction we're heading. We came in the back. Yeah, so a few journals here, as well as 2 pretty useful pictos, and they actually synergize really well together. So actually 3 pictos. 2 of them synergize super well together. So it's kind of interesting that they like put them in the same area. There is Death Bomb, which we're about to grab, which basically deals damage when you die. And then Auto Death, which will start the battle with your character dying. And so that's going to synergize really well together.
What have we here?
It's more useful, like, really late in the run. But it will see its uses. Actually, not that soon. Maybe like an hour from now. All right.
Expedition 38.
All right, so up here we're gonna fight this Gestural Merchant to give us access to the Teamwork Picto, as well as we're gonna buy the Auto Death Picto from him. Teamwork, I forget the actual effect. I think it like more damage if your allies are alive. But this is also like First Strike and Dead Energy 2, another Picto that has a hidden 10% damage buff. So it doesn't say it anywhere, but there's another extra 10% damage buff. All right. Head back to the continent. Where's the door? There we go. Little portals for entering areas can sometimes be like hidden and tough to see. All right, then we're gonna head to Crushing Cavern. This is an area that I imagine a lot of people probably stumbled on and did not like the first time they found. Do that, and then this. The gimmick here is that at a certain point, the floor is going to give out. Oh, look, there's an item for me to pick up. I hope I can reach it. And then you get ambushed. And then this guy, the giant sapling, his gimmick is that I believe every one of his turns, the walls will close in. Kind of like that scene in Star Wars. And if you don't win, I think it's in 5 turns, then you get crushed, essentially. So we don't really care about that solidifying Picto. Instead, we are here for the journal.
Interesting.
Cassandra.
All right, where to next? Floating cemetery. Okay. Oh, actually, not floating cemetery yet. We're gonna go fight the chromatic diminuer, which is way up here, way up north. Shout out to Sprong. Everyone say hi to Sprong. We will see you soon. So if you remember all the way back in Flying Waters, there were those mine enemies. They are considered flying enemies, which means you cannot just use normal skills against them because they will evade them. Or they have a chance to evade them, I should say. But that's okay, because guess what we can do? Anywho. It is super foggy here. Holy moly. All right. We're going to head to the Floating Cemetery. Floating Cemetery is where there is another White Neveron quest. This one is a Chalier. Or Chalier, maybe, if I'm French. And essentially, this is a very depressing area. But the idea is we have to defeat him in combat, and then because he loses in combat, he is going to ask us to end his life. And this is the only Neveron that you are allowed to kill, effectively, of the White Neverons.
Let's carve a path.
And by killing him, we actually get the auto-powerful Picto, which is just what it sounds like. It's essentially you get set to powerful at the start of battle. We're actually not going to make a ton of use of it, but it is something that will be in our arsenal at the end of the game, or at the end of the run, I should say. All right, and then we're going to upgrade Mael a little bit. And then head to Falling Leaves. Falling Leaves, honestly, one of my favorite side areas in the game. Again, it's not an area that you have to go. Where am I? Okay. Not an area that you're forced to go, so it's really easy to miss. But there's a very, very cool boss fight at the end.
Careful. Some expedition has died here.
Okay.
There's an abnormal Nevron roaming about. And it has a taste for expeditioner armbands.
However, unfortunately, because we are one-shotting everything, effectively, we are not going to be experiencing the full boss fight. But I do recommend, if you have the chance to do this fight without Painted Power, like if you can encounter this as early as Act 2. If you have a chance, I recommend it. All right. So actually, speaking of auto-powerful, we are going to equip that here. And then do this, this, this. Another manor for us to go to.
An advantage.
Everyone say hi to Gustav again.
How did you find me?
There was a message at the indigo tree.
Do you know who left it?
A message?
Essentially, way back when we first got Mael, because we interrupted the cutscene by reloading the game kind of still has the cutscene stored. So when we enter the area where the cutscene would trigger, the game just plays it, the dialogue. It's kind of funny. All right, a couple journals to grab. There's this one here, and there's one right before the boss. Just get past this guy. We might see Gustav one more time. I'm trying to remember. You do go through. It's basically when you run through that hallway. He shows back up. But I don't remember if we do it again. I think we did it earlier, but I didn't mention it. All right. I guess one other thing to mention, because I'm gonna do it on the next flag. I've already done it once. Is I've actually put some investment into Mael's defense, which might seem kind of odd because Mael, like, I'm not taking any hits or anything. Like, why do I need defense? And the reason is because the weapons in this game all have 2 attributes that they scale with. And so the idea is if you put investment into one of those scaling attributes, in addition to increasing that attribute, it will also increase the efficacy of the weapon. And so, where? I got turned around. Something fierce. So yeah, the idea is that Mael's defense can be increased to increase the weapon strength, and it actually increases at later levels for the weapon. It actually increases more than increasing your might. So it seems counterintuitive, but it is actually really, really important. Like you'll see here, I'm going to increase my defense by 33. And it's going to make my might go up by over 100. All right. So we're going to go to camp here. So I mentioned before, everyone has to get to level 7 relationship. All of the characters that you can build relationships with, except for CL, have a quest that triggers between level 5 and level 6 relationship. And so you have to get up to a certain level, then do the side quest, and then come back and finish. So we're going to get Mael here up to level 5.5, technically, you could call it. Which will start her quest, and then we will do her quest in time. But we're only going to basically do one quest at a time. You probably could set up multiple quests at the same time, but the thing is, after you do one of the quests, you get brought to camp directly. Normally, you have to, like, press down to enter camp. But because you get brought into camp anyways, you just finish off their thing, and then yeah, that's really all there is to it. It's a lot of words for something that's not important. Okay, so now it is Sprong time. Sprong is the first super boss that you see in the run, or in the game. You can encounter him as early as the beginning of Act 2, essentially once you have the ability to swim. He has almost 4 million HP, though, so you do not want to fight him then, but you could if you really tried. And Sprong has one of the best Pictos in the game as his reward, and that Picto is called Cheater. Cheater allows you to play immediately after playing once, so you essentially get 2 turns. It's like using a gradient attack or like CL's Card Weaver attack. It's like that, except it just happens for every single one of your attacks. You don't have to do anything special. So obviously that is going to be learned and used almost immediately. All right, I want to grab this journal.
I miss you.
Julie.
Let's go.
And then enter the painting workshop. There are 3 painting workshops. We have to do all 3 of them. And then there's a boss at the end of all 3 of them. Where's the kid? There he is. Yeah, you definitely can beat him at Act 2. I've done it. It's just, it is really difficult. Okay. I want cheater here. Okay. Oh, I forgot to split. That's fine. No one's looking at them except for me. All right. So Gestural Beach number 2. This is one of the most notorious ones. If anyone has played the Fadian game Only Up, this might look familiar. Oh. Yeah, the thing that makes this difficult, 2 things are the movement in this game is kind of janky. I've been doing an okay job, I think, at navigating it, but some things like ledge grabs and whatnot are inconsistent and can be detrimental when they don't happen. But the other thing is that it does not have any checkpoints. If I fall all the way down. Or if I happen to fall onto like a platform from before, I can continue from there. But for the most part, there are no checkpoints. So we'll see how this goes. I've never been able to skip that ledge grab until last night, and I've done it 3 times since then. All right, this is, my opinion, the hardest jump, because she does not always grab it. Good. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm doing my shortcut here. Nice. I didn't know if that was possible until I was messing around before going live today. It skips one whole platform. Yeah, don't do that, please. Thank you. The most important thing here at the very end is there is a hole in the middle, and if you just go straight for those stairs, you will fall in that hole. So cut a little bit to the right to avoid that. Like people are saying in chat, it's not that hard. The hard thing about it is doing it incredibly, like I say, incredibly fast. Just doing it as part of a speedrun can be difficult because you're trying to intentionally rush, but for the most part, it's a completely manageable thing. First offensive and painted power, and then you want teamwork.
Thomas.
And only down would go hard. All right, so here's first look at Phantom Strike. This is a relatively low-level boss. So, but Phantom Strike, in addition to being an AoE attack, is also a multi-hit move. So, it would have taken that out even if it was a bit higher level. All right, so this is the Esoteric Ruins. This is another White Nevron quest. It's the entire reason we're here. It's a pretty long area for just a simple Nevron quest, but...
It's weird that they don't know about Nevrons.
It's possible they died before or during the fracture.
Yeah, we defeat the
Perhaps they
Borgion.
call Nevron something else.
That is one I know I'm butchering the name of, because there are a bunch of them throughout the game. But by defeating one of them, you get the Borgion skin, and there's another White Nevron quest that requires the skin. So you have to defeat one at some point. This is a weird maze. There is just a way through it. Like this. So this puzzle is always the same, but this puzzle can actually be pretty difficult if you don't know what you're doing.
Where's the fighting?
Admittedly, I went there and I had no idea you could shoot those little orbs, so I was like, I don't know what to do here, and I had to look it up. I didn't look up the solution, but I looked up what to do. Yeah, you have to get the wood boards to give them back to the portier, or portier, most likely. All right, and then we're gonna give CL her weapon. You just end with 8 skins in your bag, yeah. All right. So that is that quest done. Go back to the continent. Another Lost Gestural here. I actually did forget a Lost Gestural earlier. I'm like 90% sure. So I'm going to make sure I grab him. There's a really opportune time for me to do so. But I need to not forget it. The good thing is the Lost Gestrals are all in the overworld. So even if I do forget one, when I grab the last one and don't get the trophy, it's pretty quick to go find the one I'm missing.
Corin.
That is not the case for things like journals and music records. Depending on which one I'm missing, it could be a lot of time lost. All right, so we're going to head to the Reacher. The Reacher is, I mentioned earlier there were 4 Axons. One of them has already been defeated. That is the Hauler, who is in Old Lumiere. Or his corpse is in Old Lumiere, I should say. We defeated the Mask Keeper, who was 1 Axon, as well as the
She who grasps
Seren.
the sky.
And so the Reacher is the final one.
Climbing.
This is a whole side area. Really, really cool area. I like this area a lot. These enemies are some of the most bizarre enemies in like any game. They're these like little humanoid voodoo doll worker things they're very creepy, and I really like their enemy design. Overall, the enemy design in this game is phenomenal, I would say.
Are they trying to fix things or break things?
She who grasps the sky. They're jealous.
They do a really good job of making them like
Destroy her work.
relevant lore-wise, and
Is this part of the parable?
even ones that seem out of place, like Lampmaster being like this collection of hands, is very strange, but like there's a lore reason for it. So. Alright. So kind of like Seren, this is an area where we've got these little platforms that we can ride around. In this area, we're mostly just beelining it for the end. There are a couple of pickups that we need to do. There is a manor door that we have to go to, as well as a journal to grab. The journal's more or less on the path, but the manor door is out of the way. And if you like Lampmaster, I've got news for you. Yes, we will be seeing Lampmaster quite a few times. Like 3 more times as an enemy, and then we use the Minoko skill for him a couple times. Alright, so here's where the manor door is. And then I ran into that enemy at the top of the ramp last night when I was doing a run, so I'm going to shoot him.
Just kick a different Nevron off the tower.
It looks that way.
Okay, this is just Journal Unknown, which is this guy.
You speak to me.
Yeah, so this guy ran into me. More balance beaming.
All these inventions. Gustav would have loved to see this.
Ooh, happy almost 3 hours.
Expedition 6.
Alright, so that is the last pickup here, and then we just have to go to the end to beat the final boss. So the boss of this area is actually the painted version of Alicia, so it's going to be very Spider-Man meme, where it's like, you know, Mael one-on-one against Alicia. Kind of a rude thing. The game enables this, I'm just going to say, by making her weak to it. But if you were listening during the lore dump, or if you know the story of this game, Alicia was slightly disfigured as part of a fire. And so when she was painted into the canvas by her mother, she kept the burn scars and everything. And it turns out the Alicia that we fight has a weakness for fire moves. And so, unfortunately, that is the best way to defeat her, is by using Rain of Fire. It feels really bad every time we do it, but we just don't have the AP to Stendhal her, so we have to go for it. Yeah, so that is the end of Mael's relationship quest. We're going to get sucked back into camp here. We're going to finish off Mael's relationships all the way up to level 7. The very, very, very important thing that you need to make sure if you are doing this run, or if you would like to get the Platinum Trophy yourself, just playing casually, is during the level 7 cutscene, Mael basically asks Verso, like, oh, how long have you been like watching over me, effectively? And Verso mentions that he has basically been, even though we only meet him at the end of Act 1, since the expedition had left, he had been watching over her. And so she asks if he let Renoir send Gustave on vacation, because nothing bad happened to him. And you have to say the truth. You have to say yes. If you do not say yes, you do not get Mael up to level 7, and you do not get the trophy for maxing out her relationship. So this is another missable item.
So
I couldn't examine. And once you left,
but you
there were two.
I need to
What?
you wouldn't
I think.
on the cliff.
What is it?
Did you
Thought I had a visitor.
I'm sorry.
why?
I was a.
So
I did. I should have. I couldn't.
thanks. Yeah.
You were a pain.
How about come on.
Yeah, and you do not get the Gommage skill. Gommage, like, Stendhal is her best main skill. Gommage is probably the best skill in the game, but it is a level 3 gradient, which means you don't need 20 AP worth of gradient charges. You need 60.
My out.
She has.
Yeah.
That being said, there is a trophy for using a level 3 gradient, so we will see it at some point.
Not a lot of.
What about the?
That's a
All right,
terrible.
we're going to go ahead and build up Lune's relationship. Her relationship quest is going to involve revisiting Seren's Island.
Someone's.
Specifically, the back of the island has a small little area called Seren's Dress. So we're going to get her up to level 5.5. And then be on our way.
My out.
She has the.
Yeah.
I've been one.
That being said, we're not going to actually finish her quest for
Things.
a while, like 15 minutes.
Why'd you leave?
There's a lot of other stuff to do in the meantime, including 2 more gestural beaches. Who is excited? I know I am.
What about you?
I spent my. This is where.
What a lot.
Yes.
You painted it. Oh. What?
I enjoyed.
High praise.
It's straight.
My out.
She has the.
Yeah.
No more only ups, although there is one that involves climbing, and is the bane of my existence.
Do you like dog?
What?
Do you like dog?
I think you've.
I just have
Well, you're.
interesting.
Stella.
Any other sib?
Yeah,
That sounds like.
I'm shocked. So, that's actually...
So, you.
That's an...
Alright.
How gentle.
I can't believe I like clipped into the platform
Remember, do you like...
on the balance beam only up. That's or balance beam gestural beach. That's kind of wild.
It's straight.
My owl.
She has the...
Yeah. My fella.
Night.
You never see.
I sleep. I sleep.
What keeps you up? From one in.
Sometimes it's like the talking. I'm trying. I know.
I've talked.
Maybe you.
Well, I'm.
What about you?
Oh, you know.
Oh.
You did. Sleep is. Well, that's.
Precise.
Well, it's not like.
For science.
Right.
It's straight.
My owl.
She has the...
Yeah. Working on. You planning to. You always.
Since I...
Yes, beating the gestural beaches, in addition to defeating, like beating all 5 of them gives you a trophy, but like the in-game reason why you would want to do them is you get outfits for the different characters, and they are all swimwear.
Guitar.
Piano. You know how to. Maybe.
Maybe.
Including swimwear for Minoko, which we actually got as part of the Only Up one. That's the reward for Only Up, is Minoko swimsuit.
She has the...
Yeah.
You said...
Yeah.
All outfits would be kind of an interesting speedrun.
What is it? Lune?
My...
They were I didn't try.
I don't even know where they all are.
Oh.
There's a lot in shops, I know that.
Come on.
No.
Alright, so we have started the quest for Lune. So we're going to go ahead and leave. We're going to head down here. The actual end of the run is... Well, okay. Technically speaking, the end of the run is when you get the Platinum Trophy. Once you get the last achievement in the run. The last thing we're going to be doing is actually Endless Tower. We'll talk about that when we get there. Here's the canvas. The canvas, there's really not much to this area. It is effectively the manor that we've been going in and out of constantly throughout the game. Has an empty portrait on the wall. Like just a frame. I couldn't think of the word frame. And so we've grabbed that. When you place that in, it's going to unlock a secret door. It's not secret. It's going to unlock a door in the manor. So I don't think it's the next time we go into the manor, but soon. We will get that. And now we're going to go all the way across to that floating island.
Hang on tight.
This is another painting workshop. We've already done one. Like I mentioned, there are 3 of them. Oh, whoops. Get some balance beam action. Oops. trying to mess with the party order, and I got it all wrong. Okay, there we go. All right, so another Gestural Beach. This is, in my opinion, the easiest of the bunch. This is the Speedrun Gestural Beach. Objective is just to get to the end of an obstacle course as fast as possible, which we would be doing in a speedrun anyways, but like that is the point of this one, is to be done fast. This one really isn't much to it. The biggest thing that you need when you are attempting this in like a casual save file is there is a split path at the very end. You can either go left or right on some climbing handholds. Going right is faster than left. That is really the only thing. Other than that, it is just run and jump to the obvious place. You don't have to do anything fancy with these, even though they're spinning. Like running against the grain is not a problem. And then here, just go to the right instead of the left. And you get a 36. I believe you need to beat 38 to get the best score. So I usually get either a very low 37 or a 36 like that.
I am speed.
Alright.
Flashing through the sky.
We're gonna head to Sinister Cave. This is an area with a couple of optional bosses. We are not going to fight any of them. We are here solely for a single music record. The music record is actually visible on our right there. But we have to go all the way around to get to it. Casually, this place can be kind of confusing because it's all in the dark. And specifically here, you have to turn around. Whoops. You have to turn around in order to go to this area. All right, drop down in this hole. Don't fall.
Well, that will help.
And we're out. All right, where to next? We are going to grab another Lost Gestural. And then it is time for another Gestural Beach. And it is definitely the best one. It's my favorite. Love it so much. It is super skill-based and not at all random.
Flash through the sky.
Okay, this is the wall climb. Well, first I'm going to grab this journal, and then we'll do wall climb. Wall climb, basically it is grapple handholds, and there are 3 columns, and you have to get to the top and not get hit by anything. It is random how they come down. Generally speaking, less come down on the right. So the general strategy here is to climb on the right. I'm gonna get hit here. Yeah. And this generally takes a couple tries. Very rarely are you gonna get this first try. I have done it. I did it the other day. But my last 2 runs of this category have had atrocious wall climbs, so I'm hoping for a little bit nicer. Okay. Okay, stay over there. That's unfortunate. Good. All right. Believe it or not, that was better than my last couple attempts, so I will take that. All right, so one more Gestural Beach, but we're going to do it much later. Okay. And then we're going to head to this direction, buy another music record from a merchant, and then we're going to finish off Lune's quest, which essentially the quest involves finding her parents' expedition. So I guess if I didn't make it clear, probably should be obvious, but every expedition has failed except for ours. And so her parents went on Expedition 46. And so Verso knows where Expedition 46 basically met their demise. And so
The 46.
her quest involves going to
Yeah,
Seren's
getting to them
Dress
might be
to get the
tricky.
journal for Expedition
is it not?
46. Yeah, but you can only press up if you're on the middle column. And so the problem is getting to the middle column.
Are they?
My parents? No. It's Amelie and Christoph. They used to come by our house for dinner.
I'm sorry.
They were good people. Their journal must be around here.
Okay. So here's Chromatic Glissando. A lot of enemies have a chromatic version of them. Basically a more powerful version. Usually a lot of the same or similar moves as their non-chromatic counterpart. We're not going to see any of them because goodbye, 3 million damage. However, this Chromatic Glissando will spawn some ballets. So we're going to have to shoot those first.
Not giving up.
Expedition for
All right.
You okay?
Let's head back to camp.
So we're going to throw Death Bomb and Auto Death onto Verso. Give him first offensive, get rid of Inverted Affinity, add Glass Cannon, Painted Power, this. Okay. All right, so this is by far the longest stretch of relationship stuff. What we are going to do here is we are going to get Lune up to level 7. We are going to get Eskia. Eskia is not a party member, but by increasing our relationship with Eskia, Verso gains his gradient abilities.
If you hate
I don't know.
they're dead.
And so
Is that how?
we're going to get Eskia to level 7. At level 5, there's just a battle that you do. And so it's basically Eskia's quest involves revisiting Francois. But the game automatically takes you there. So we're actually on the northernmost part of the map for the most part. We're actually going to get sucked back down to the bottom of the map, which is good because we still have more stuff to do down there.
Straight. Well, come on.
But it's kind of nice to have this little... It's not a true fast travel, but like
Oh,
we're taking advantage of the way the story progresses.
Let's go find a comfortable place to come.
And then once we have Eskia all the way up to level 7, we're going to get Minoko to start his quest. And then we are done with the relationship stuff for a long time.
Anwar
I guess he.
cousin. Ver
Eski. I feel like I have 10 hours in.
oh
Roughly. What have you been up?
of
Impressive.
morning, but we must.
Sure.
Yes,
So how did the.
they're all. You can
You know.
lose. Ask. I hope.
So.
Yeah,
I don't worry.
you are. To advance.
Oops.
Anwar
I guess he's.
cousins.
Oh.
All right, while we were doing this, there's not a whole lot to talk about. Chat, what runs are you looking forward to on the event schedule? There's a lot of good stuff. There's one thing I will say is I really like the way the schedule was made in terms of having like
I guess he's
Cousins.
like tomorrow is like the Xenogears Xenoblade day, right? Then Tuesday is the Pokemon day, and then Wednesday is the Yakuza day. I really like having
what's up with the
I like that sort of distinction. Like Friday is Final Fantasy,
all right, Monsieur Big
Saturday is SMT.
I'll see what I can do.
Happy now.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for. Obviously, I have a soft spot for Pokemon, so Tuesday, Cruel doing 12 hours of Pokemon should be a lot of fun.
I guess he's not.
Cousin.
Enjoying.
Star.
I love.
Oh, yeah.
Are we talking?
Is not. Hawthorne.
We?
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
How come
I am. I.
you might?
You read.
I'm a bit. Although I'm a bit. Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, whole schedule is definitely stacked.
Anwar.
I guess he's.
Cousin.
Dragon Quest will be a good one. I've heard Dragon Quest is a series I've never played, but I've heard really good things about
Oh.
Well,
Dragon Quest 11.
What?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
You gave
I own it
Oh.
over there somewhere.
You've been talking. Yeah.
But I never
That's not
I never really got into it.
Real.
all right.
I had this stretch where even though I would buy new games, the only games I would play were Pokemon for speedrunning.
Anwar.
I guess he's not.
Cousins.
I've gotten better about casual gaming, but it's still not great.
That's.
Why'd you?
Oh,
That's.
yeah. He'd.
Oh. And.
All right.
What do you mean?
So
Whoa.
this
Hurry.
is where we're going to do Esquia's quest. Basically, Esquia
Okay.
wants his rock Uri. Basically, the rocks are the way that he gains his abilities. So we gained the ability to swim using Flory. We gained the ability to go through corals. We gained the ability to fly. And so now we're going to gain the ability to go underwater. And his rock, this one is actually
Yes. It won't.
being held captive by Francois. So we have to go defeat Francois. This is actually a really funny strategy that's going to be used a few times. So I mentioned we have Death Bomb and Auto Death, and so something that's really funny you can do is insta-win some battles as long as your Death Bomb does enough damage. And I believe you need like Burning Death as well.
You can leave. Oh, Francois.
That can just happen.
He really does miss her.
FF12 is one of the only Final Fantasies I've never played.
First,
Or at least I should say 3D Final Fantasies.
Fluffy it.
you.
I actually have not played any of the 2D ones, and I know I need to. I know that that is like a must do.
Anwar.
I guess he's.
Cousin.
Yeah, ZA is definitely gonna pull me back into Pokemon for
Just.
at least a few weeks. I really enjoy the
Does it?
the first few weeks of a new Pokemon game are some of the most fun I have in speedrunning. So we'll see if the game captures my attention for a long period of time, but at least for the next couple weeks I'll probably be preoccupied.
Sir, you're really can't rely. Well.
Everything. I am sorry.
All right, so Minoko's quest involves resurrecting Noko. Noko was the first Gestural we meet back in Flying Waters. We actually defeated him to get the exposing attack Picto. One of the cutscenes we skipped in Old Lumiere involved Noko. Basically, the party got blasted by Renoir, and Noko took the brunt of it and died. So there is a way to resurrect Gestrals, and that is what Minoko's quest is.
It is a cut tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited for ZA. Hopefully I do like the speedrun. I enjoyed Arceus as a game. I just didn't really enjoy it much as a speedrun. That being said, I'm going into ZA fairly oblivious. Like, I do not know a lot about the game. Alright, here's the Lost Gestural I was supposed to get like 3 hours ago. Luckily, we're like right here, so it's fine. Okay. All right, so here's the small Borgion. There is the white Nevron. This is why we beat the Borgion earlier, to get the skin. This one requires the skin to grow into a large one. And so we're going to go ahead and give him that. He's going to eat it. We have to basically leave and then come back and he'll be big size. I always get caught on those. So as you can see, he has grown. All right, so this is a lot of doing some white Nevron stuff. So here is the Red Woods. This is where the white version of a Benisior, I think is how you pronounce it, is. In order to activate him, you basically have to give to this fountain. Like you're throwing pennies in a fountain, like at the mall. But it's like increasing numbers of chroma. So we did a lot of chroma pickups, obviously to buy stuff, but also we need like 75,000 or something like that for this thing. Or more, actually, like 80,000.
Great. What now?
And then we're going to head to the fountain. So all these white Nevrons, you do have, after you've done their quests, you do have the ability to challenge them and defeat them. So even though they are friendly, you can opt to ignore that they're friendly and defeat them in battle. If you do that, you get attacked by Blanche here, or Blanche. But because all we have done is helped all of the white Nevrons so far, not all, we haven't done all of them, but all the ones we have encountered, we have helped. Blanche will not attack us and instead give us 100 colors of Lumina.
Claire.
Your sister created the Nevrons.
Yes,
Yasmin.
except for the ones on the Axon Islands.
Why did she make Nevron feet so pointy? I can't polish them without poking.
All right. Now he's done that, we're going to go ahead and grab a journal that's just chilling here in the overworld. And then head back to the Stonewave Cliffs. So Stonewave Cliffs is where we were when we beat Act 1. It's where Gustav died. And there is two reasons why we're here, or there are two reasons why we're here. First is there is a music record, if you revisit, called Gustav. So we'll grab that.
Nice.
And then the final thing is, if you remember, there was a white Nevron, a white Hexka, that we got all of the rock crystals for, but we didn't actually help yet. So we're going to go do that now. It just makes the most sense in terms of routing to do it like this. Instead of doing it on the first visit. Essentially, the reason why is because on your first visit, when you pass the flag that we just used, you're in the middle of a conversation. And you can't use flags while dialogue is happening. So it is slower to wait there than it is to just revisit. Because you have to revisit anyways to get the Gustav record. So you're already halfway down that hallway. Okay. So we are done here. Some more random pickups as we go. There is a lost gestural right here. All right, so this area has the chromatic Hexka, which is this guy here. We don't actually have to fight him. We just need to get the journal here. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot him to prevent him from coming at me. And then just get out of here. All right, now it is time for the chromatic Patank. So I mentioned earlier, Patanks are these little creatures that offer some big rewards. The problem is you have to corner them in order to get them to actually like encounter them. So I'm gonna go ahead and do my best here to get. There we go. So this one you have to chase for quite a long time. We're actually going to take a break from the chase to go to the manor. And while I'm here in the manor, I'm going to go ahead and grab...
An advantage.
I'm going to set down the Desandra canvas that I grabbed earlier, which is going to open up the atelier in the back. I'm also going to hit 2 more switches. We hit 2 switches during the epilogue. I'm going to hit 2 more switches, which is going to open up a secret room. Oh, there's a chair there.
Perfect.
All right, and then we're going to finish off the chromatic Patank. During chromatic Patank, we are going to get Lune's battle mechanic trophy. So the trophy for Lune is consume stains 4 turns in a row. And what we have done is we have the Angarum weapon, which starts every turn with a fire stain. She has cheater equipped, which means she's going to get 2 turns in a row. And we're going to be spamming electrify, which consumes a fire stain. So we've consumed 1 stain. We got a new red stain to consume. consume that. We're going to intervention, make her go again. But because she has cheaters, she's going to get to go twice. And there is the perfect flow, I think it's called. Yeah, perfect flow achievement trophy. And then we send all. And Chromatic Patank is themselves a... Whoops, I didn't mean to land. Trophy, so 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, we're now going to head to the final Gestural Beach. And this is arguably the hardest one, specifically to do on the hardest mode. There are 3 modes here. There's an easy, medium, and hard. The hard mode for this is really difficult. However, the trophy will pop as long as you don't do the easiest one. So we are not going to do the hardest one. We are going to do the quote-unquote normal one. Bow. I missed. That's unfortunate. Good. Flaming ones are worth 2, so me getting hit by one of those was pretty bad. But there's the Gestural Games trophy. Alright, and then we're going to head to the Flying Casino. Only thing to do here really is pick up a music disc. So it's a pretty cool and like beautiful area, but there's just not much to it. In terms of stuff we have to do in the speedrun, I guess.
Is that a casino?
Nice.
All right, we have a flag menu to do here. So we're going to be giving Lune a lot of luck. It's going to give her 100% crit rate, and then just beef up Mael a bit more. Going to give her max defense, which is going to scale her weapon quite nicely, as well as put the rest into agility. And then CL is going to learn 2 important moves here. Our Sacrifice, which we'll talk about way later, and Fortune's Fury. Fortune's Fury is a move that will double an ally's next attack. Or next turn, I should say. And then do this. And then... Gonna give her a ton of Lumina points. Go to 155, roughly. Good. And then final painting workshop here. And then let me do a quick little menu. Okay, Lune wants Death Bomb here. And then auto death over weakness gain. And then you want Bang Bang exposing attack. Okay. Dang it. My jump got eaten. Wow, okay. One of the problems with this area is there's no ledge grabbing here. So like with the only up section, right? if you don't like perfectly hit one of the platforms, like you'll grab the side. But in this area, for some reason, there's no ledge grabbing. So if you miss the side, you just fall. Which can be a bit frustrating. Here I'm using the sort of like the preemptive strike animation to cancel the roll. This roll here. Because if you don't cancel the roll, your character can sometimes just roll off the edge. Alright, so now that we have all of the different beast items, it's the color of the beast, the shape of the beast, and the light of the beast. We unlock a version of the Lampmaster, who we've already fought. We're going to get to fight again, and then we're going to get to fight another time as well. But as you can imagine, given that we are in Act 3 with no damage cap, this fight is not exactly going to be as hard as before. Ooh, thank you for the raid, Shaggy. Alright. So yeah, Fortune's Fury will double your ally's next turn. Double the damage of your ally's next turn, so we're going to be using a good combination of that with other stuff as we go through this. We're starting to get into the place where enemies have like a lot of HP. So it is important for us to be dealing as much damage as possible. Alright. Snag this. Head out. Now we're going to fight Serpent Fair. Serpent Fair is the serpent in the sky that you can see right there. This fight is really cool if you don't just one-shot it like we're going to. The entire gimmick of this fight is Serpent Fair is all about absorbing energy. So all of your AP basically gets absorbed at the end of every turn. And the Picto you get for defeating Serpent Fair is called Energy Master, which basically makes it so every AP you gain is increased by 1. So if you have Energizing Turn, you gain another one. If you, whenever you start a new turn, you gain another one. Whenever you defeat an enemy with dead energy and you gain 3 AP, you gain 4 instead.
No.
So that's going to be super, super powerful.
Something's different.
Accord silencieux de nos âmes, lèvres fantômes, et râle pâle. Lumière s'éteint.
Oh crap. I was supposed to increase my weapon. I think I'll be fine. At least for this next fight.
Expedition 40.
Flashing through the sky.
Where am I heading? Over here. But yeah, welcome in everyone from the raid. We are currently in the middle of a Clair Obscur Expedition 33 all achievements speedrun. Specifically because I'm on PS5, it is a platinum trophy speedrun. Alright, I'm gonna play this safe. I don't think I needed this Fortune's Fury, but just in case.
Flashing through the sky.
Oh, there's a flag here I can use. So let me scroll up so I get the right thing.
That's unusual.
What happened here?
All right, so just like the strat against Francois earlier where we had Death Bomb and Auto Death on, we're going to do the same thing here. Normally what you're supposed to do for this White Nevron is you're supposed to parry all of his attacks. I think he has like 3 sets of combos that you're supposed to parry. And as soon as you don't parry one, I think you get healed, and then he tries again. But instead, we're just going to kill him with a single hit. Okay, yeah, there is a flag. So let's go ahead and upgrade Mael's weapon a couple times.
Here we go.
Another Lost Gestural and another music record for us to buy.
Flash through the sky. Here we go.
And then head to the carousel before we head to Frozen Hearts. Frozen Hearts is a really, really cool area. It is one of those areas that is like available to you pretty early, but the game expects you to be a way higher level than you are at that point. I want to say like you can encounter this area at like level 25, probably even lower. And the game expects you to be like mid 60s. But while we're here, we're going to do the final White Neveron quest, which is the Danseuse teacher. Again, just like the Troubadour, we're going to just one-shot with Death Bomb. But normally, this is another fight where what you're supposed to do is parry their attack. They have a really long combo, and it's meant to be like a dance lesson. And if you parry all their attacks, then you win. But other than that, we are not doing this full area. We are literally here for the White Danseuse, a single music record in a manor door, and a single journal. We're also going to grab the Burn Affinity Picto. But this area is much larger than we are going to be exploring in this run. And don't forget the journal yet. I've been known to forget the journal here. Alright, so this should be aiding the enemy. Boom. Got it. Alright, so we did not forget any White Neverons. Alright. So we're going to ignore this guy and head straight to the manor door. Clea, don't pull your sister's hair. This way. One of the hardest parts of all these manors is like when you first go to the manor, all of the doors are locked. And so as you go to the manor from all these different areas in the game, you unlock the doors as you go. But like you're always in a different spot in the manor because everyone is a different door. And so it's like hard to remember exactly where you are at any given time. So there's Burn Affinity. Extra damage for burning targets. And we grab the journal. And we're done here. So after this, we're going to head to the Flying Manor. Flying Manor is another quite large dungeon. And the way that we are going to go through it is there are essentially 4 wings. So I guess basically as part of the White Neveron quest, we learn that Clea, Alicia's sister, is actually the one who's been creating the Neverons. And essentially, the way that it works is there is a painted version of Clair that the real Clair painted over to essentially sit here as a mindless zombie and build more and more Nevrons to send out into the world. And so there are 4 different wings to this manor that we have to go through. Each wing has a boss that we have already fought before at the end, a much harder version of the boss. The first one here is Go-Blue. Go-Blue is boss number 2 that we fight in the Flying Waters area. And so we are going to go take him on. The second one is going to be Duelist. Duelist being the boss that we fought in Forgotten Battlefield. We're going to fight the Lampmaster again. And then the final one is Yvek, and Yvek was the first boss we fought. However, this Yvek fight is going to be a triple Yvek. Basically, there are 3 elemental versions of Yvek, and their fight is kind of interesting. We'll talk about when we get there. I don't want to disrespect Go Blue like that. Yeah, here's Go Blue. Go Blue starts with a couple of shields, so that's what we're going to get rid of first. Oh yeah, the manor as a collectible is a really cool idea. Go ahead and attack. And Stendhal. So there's Go Blue done. After each of these wings of the Flying Manor, there will be a Shadow Boy that we can talk to send back to the beginning. Whoops, ran into a wall. All right, Ciel wants Burning Death. Where is it? Oh my god, it's way down here. And then at Death's Door here, and then Cheater here. And then you want Energy Master, Burn Affinity, Warming Up. Okay. Warming Up is an interesting pick, though. It's actually going to be relevant on a fight a little bit later on. The way it works is every turn you do increases the amount of damage you do up to a certain point. I want to say it's like up to like 15% or something. So the longer a battle is, the more damage you start dealing. Which most of these battles are over in a single turn, but there's going to be a battle later on where warming up is going to be pretty important. Alright, so here's Duelist. Duelist has like 15 million HP if I'm counting the zeros correctly. So we're going to Fortune's Fury, that doubles Mael's next attack. Set Defenseless. Bang. Alright, so that's wing number 2. Plus 10% for 5 turns. Okay.
2 down. To go.
And now he has 0 health. Exactly. So important to note, we've had Minoko in our party a lot this time, like for a while. And so Minoko has slowly been gaining some feat. He now has all of his move slots taken. So the current moves he has the Stalaged Punches and what the heck is the name? Oh, Chalier. Combo, I think it is, that he starts with. He also has the Sakapatat move that I mentioned during Monolith. He has a Lampmaster move, the Gross Teti move, which is not going to be used at all. And then he also has now the Duelist move. So we're still going to be gaining moves as we go, but... Alright, so we're going to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Stendhal. All right, so we just hit level 66. You're curious what level we are. There is a trophy for hitting level 99. There's been some speculation in chat about how I do that, but you'll have to wait and see. CL Minoko, and then she wants Cheater. Okay. All right. All right, so this next fight is pretty interesting, so I'm actually going to explain it ahead of time. So this is going to be the triple Avec fight I was just talking about. The way that this fight works is super cool. Essentially, there are 3 Avecs. They all have very similar moves. They are elemental, meaning like the fire Avec, you can't hit with fire moves. He'll absorb it, stuff like that. And the other gimmick they have is only one of them at a time will be vulnerable. The other ones will just nullify all damage. That is not really going to matter for us because we can just Stendhal the one that is not vulnerable. However, there are 3 of them, and Stendhal, once we use it, we can't use it again because of reasons. So what's going to happen here is we are going to Stendhal immediately the Flame Avec because he's the vulnerable one. Okay, with Cheater equipped, I get to go again. I'm going to use Last Chance. Last Chance sets my HP to 1, which is going to trigger Shortcut, which is going to allow me to go again. I'm going to go for the Frost Avec because he is vulnerable. Then CL is going to Intervention, give Mael another turn. She's going to Last Chance to put herself into Virtuose Stance again for that plus 200% damage. And then with Cheater, she gets to go again. And finally Stendhal the last one. So there's actually a lot of stuff that goes into that fight, which I think is pretty cool. But it was really important that we healed ourselves using a Chroma Elixir before that fight, because if you don't go in at full health, using Last Chance does not drop your HP below 30%, which is how Shortcut will trigger. All right, so we've done all 4 wings. We're going to make our way to the Clair fight. This Clair fight is super cool. If you've played it casually, it is pretty lame in the speedrun because we just one-shot her. Let me go ahead and Mael Minoko. Change up our party order. Basically, the way that she works is all of her attacks are different Nevrons being summoned, which is really cool. And if you take any damage, or if she is not countered on a given turn, she will heal after every single turn. Oh, it's frustrating for sure. But, like, the concept is super cool, I would say. Fun fact, I tried an enemy randomizer in this game, and the Mael battle in the prologue was Clair. That was fun. All right, anyways. Okay. So, everyone was wondering, how do we get to level 99? That's what we're about to go do. So first, I'm going to go ahead and make my way back here to the flag. We're going to do some last-minute upgrades. CL's going to get 99 luck, which is going to give her 100% crit rate. Then we're going to do this. Skills. CL is going to get Marking Card, which allows her to mark targets. She's going to get Delaying Slash. Which does a thing that I need to make sure I'm learning the right moves. It's very, very important. Guard down, Mezzo Forte. Okay. Delaying Slash is a move that will delay the opponent's next turn as long as any foretell... It basically consumes all foretell of an enemy and then delays their next turn if any foretell were consumed. And then Mael learned Mezzo Forte and Guard Down. Guard Down just sets defenseless to the entire opponent team. And then Mezzo Forte reapplies the current stance and gains 2 to 4 AP. All right. So I'm back in here in Old Lumiere. This is just the best place for experience grinding, and you'll see the setup for it. The setup is kind of complicated, so I will probably not talk a lot during it, but I can try to explain it after the fact. It is a long battle, but it is important that we don't misclick or anything. And I need to menu beforehand, so let's do that here. Mael CL. Mael wants energizing attack here. Get rid of this and this. Add this, add this, add warming up. Do this. I want first strike, energizing turn, energy master. Okay. Whoops. All right, so the gimmick of this fight, this is the Chromatic Danseuse. The gimmick in this fight is she will spawn, every single turn, she will spawn clones.
Okay.
And so we're going to take advantage of the fact that she is giving us free experience by doing that.
I can do it.
Yours is to shine.
I'm not giving up. On guard.
All right, so now this is going to be the main loop of the battle. What we're going to do is we're going to use Focused Foretell to apply some Foretell on the main Danseuse. Then we're going to use Delaying Slash, which will delay her next turn. Mael is going to shoot 4 times. And then reapply her current stance. Cheater will allow her to go again.
Not looking good.
And then she gets to do that. Minoko, the reason why Minoko is here is because he has an achievement called Wheel Control. And by failing this move, the wheel does not change. So essentially I have to use a skill that is represented by the current wheel 4 turns in a row.
Blades sharpened.
And so because he starts on Balanced Mask, he can use that move, but because he failed the move, it doesn't advance the wheel.
Time to hit big.
And so he can just keep doing that. So yeah, this is starting to just become like a loop here. We're effectively going to do this until Minoko gets his achievement. And then there is an end phase of the fight. The other thing that's happening during this entire thing is you'll notice that our gradient charges are going way up. So this is going to be a perfect opportunity for us to use a level 3 gradient at the very end.
Not giving up.
I like how I said I wasn't going to explain the fight, and then I explained the whole thing.
Hey, here's your card. Deal me in.
I can do it.
So Gradient Charge is fully charged. We're not going to use it for a while, but...
Okay. I can do it.
Alright, so this is going to be the last one for Minoko. Minoko is going to get his wheel control achievement. Or trophy, I should say. Alright. We're going to use Spectral Sweep, which is going to give 24 Tell, or apply 24 Tell. Then we're going to use Delaying Slash, which consumes all of that, and gives the Maximization Trophy. So that is CL's Battle Mechanics Trophy. Now we have to do just a few more of the clones. Almost done. Alright, so CL isn't going to do anything here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we are going to use our level 3 Radiant. It deals a little bit of damage. And then we finish it off. So overall, it's between 5 and 6 minutes. 5:23 is what I got. So it is, we went from level 67 probably to level 96. All in one go. It is something like 190 million experience. Alright, so we're going to do a lot of upgrading here because now we have a lot of stuff we can upgrade. Do that. We're going to do this, then this. And then Minoko wants a lot of Lumina. And that's actually it. Okay. All right, so we don't have a whole lot of stuff left in the run. Really, the biggest things we have left, we have to finish off Minoko and CL's relationships. We have a few more, like Lost Gestrals, music discs, and journals to pick up. And then the other two main things are we have to defeat Simon, and we have to do the Endless Tower. So we are here in Renoir's Drafts. Renoir's Drafts is where Simon is. Simon is like the main super boss in the game. I was talking earlier about the fact that the final boss on Expert has about 766,000 HP. Simon's Phase 2 has 45 million HP. So it is quite an HP jump. All right. So we had to go over there for a music disc, and then the Contortionist is actually one of the only Nevrons that does not appear in the Endless Tower. Endless Tower is this basically massive gauntlet. There are 33 different fights in it. And pretty much every enemy is represented in there. So as long as Minoko is in our party, we will get the feat for defeating that enemy. However, like I said, the Contortionists are not represented in the Endless Tower, so we have to go out of our way to fight them at some point. All right, then we're just gonna make our way to Simon. So Simon is in the Abyss, which is this little weird area here. There's a giant drop into the Abyss. And so one thing I've been doing like throughout this run, you may have noticed, is a lot of jumps where I'm gonna have to fall for a decent amount of time. I've been trying to menu during the fall. You can't open your menu while you're falling, but you can open your menu, and then the momentum carries forward, and then you start falling. So you can like do stuff during that time you'd have to wait anyways. This is a really important fall to get the menu open on. All right.
Maybe we should turn back.
Big thing here is we're going to be getting a lot of stuff onto Minoko for reasons I'll explain.
Let's go.
All right, so you want Death Bomb, Auto Death. You want At Death's Door over Confident Fighter. You want Burning Death here, which is here. And then you want Confident Fighter over Warming Up. And then you want Dead Energy, Critical Moment, this, this, this. Confident Fighter. All right. So really, really big menu there. Basically, the bulk of that menu is equipping Luminas onto Minoko. Mael is obviously still our main damage dealer. You're going to see that here. This fight is no different than the rest of them. However, once we get into the Endless Tower, the way the Endless Tower works is all of the fights have 3 enemies in them. And they're, especially once you get to the like top level of the Endless Tower, those 3 enemies are all bosses. So you start getting into the realm of like multiple multi-million HP enemies. And you can only stun all one of them. So Minoko is actually going to be like a primary damage dealer in a lot of the Endless Tower fights. So we needed to get him set up for that. But that is Simon done. We're going to go ahead and grab this journal.
Simon.
This should be the last one. I'm going to double check. Good. And then we'll make our way back to the continent.
Here we go.
All right, so here's the Sacred River. This is where we're going to resurrect Noko, which is going to finish off Minoko's quest. I'm going to go ahead and do some party management stuff. Remove CL at Verso. Verso wants the Simoso weapon, and then we want Joyaro from Minoko. The main, like, Verso's weapon choice there is more about the fact that it's already a perfect weapon. It's like level 33. Minoko's weapon choice, in addition to Joyaro just being a super high level weapon, I forget where we get it. But it is, one of its effects is that he starts an Almighty Mask. And so Almighty Mask is kind of like a wild card mask. He will gain the benefits, basically, of any of the different masks. And so that's super powerful. But, yeah. So, what we are doing here, so we did get all the journals. That is really good. The other 2 main collectibles that we do not have, we won't get the trophy proc for a little bit, are music discs. And the reason we don't get the one for music discs for a while is because there is one that you get for beating the Endless Tower, which is the final thing we're doing in the run. And then there is Also a trophy for Lost Gestrels, which we have one more left to grab.
Let's get back to camp.
So we're getting pretty close to the end. I would say, just for tech's sake, we are likely going to be really underestimate unless I forgot something. Which this run was really hard to come up with an estimate for, I will not lie. I also decreased my PB by over 10 minutes in the last, like, 2 weeks. But, yeah, I probably would say 25-ish minutes from now is when we'll finish, around a 4:40. That's the dream.
So, you're really can't rely. Well,
Again, that is assuming nothing goes wrong here.
No, couple.
no, first, no, heat,
Because of.
no,
Why help
for
my friend?
first,
I'm comparing against average right now. I'm on PB pace. I got a PB last night. I'm a minute 22 ahead. Uh-oh. I was comparing against average this whole time because I was like, it's not going to matter.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's.
Now it's.
All right, well. Anyways, so we finished off Minoko's relationships there. We're going to finish off CL. CL does not have a quest associated with her relationships.
I guess.
We just have to get her all the way up to level 7.
Is it?
Does it matter?
It's an
True.
I mean, I'm about. Or like an.
I'm on.
So that is level 4.
I don't usually.
Yeah.
It's.
Now it's per. He used to be a. Is it double?
Double the.
I used to.
Has had he brought
Smart man.
dead flower.
You don't talk. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just neither.
What happened? You don't have to.
He.
I'm.
I would. We were. It's okay.
That's a good way. You were lucky to.
Yeah.
All right, we are getting there.
I don't usually.
Yeah.
It's.
Now it's per. I'm going for a.
Did escape?
Whatever.
Escape.
He did say. Well, that way.
You can say
What happened to
your heart.
It is.
Okay.
All right.
For the rec, it's.
Oh, I had another
Oh,
exposure. Oh, I tied. Well, no.
this is.
I was also. I'm still. Come on. It's
All right, I guess while we're finishing this off, I can kind of explain a little bit of the Endless Tower. So the Endless Tower, like I said, there are 33 battles. They are listed like
You are.
level, like it's like level 1, stage 1, something like that. So I'll refer to them as like 1 1 1 2 1 3, and then it's 2 1 2 2 2 3, like that. So there are 11 floors or 11 levels, and then there's 3 fights per level. Each fight is going to have 3 enemies in it, like I said, and they are going to ramp up in difficulty. So the first ones, we're literally going to be clearing those using Verso's Death Bomb. Death Bomb is going to be a really good way to take out any of the weaker enemies on the opposing side, and then anything that's left, Maya will be able to finish off, usually with a Stendhal. Minoko is also going to be there as sort of backup in case Stendhal is not enough or Phantom Strike is not enough. And then as we get higher and higher into the thing, the fights are going to get a little bit more complicated, and we're not just going to be able to one-shot stuff. In fact, there is an enemy. I don't know if y'all are going to believe this. There is an enemy that is going to live a Stendhal. We're going to intentionally use a Stendhal that does not kill it. Which is wild, I know. But yeah, I don't want to spoil the main move we're going to be using with Minoko for a little bit. All right, so there is a music record, and then we're going to head almost due south to the Endless Tower. This right here. Wow, it is kind of... Wow, it really is endless. Holy moly. Look at that. That's so high up. But before we get there, there is a Lost Gestrel to get on this little island. And this should be the last one, so I should get the trophy for it. There it is. And then, yeah, assuming I have everything, we will be ending the run in this area.
That's where she used to paint and create.
So, 1-1, dies to Death Bomb, easy. 1-2. Almost dies to Death Bomb. 1-3. Not even close to dying to Death Bomb. But dies to a Stendhal. You have to make a new PS5 account for every... Yeah. You don't have to actually sign up for like PSN or anything, but you do need a new profile on your PlayStation for it. If you're on Steam, I believe on Steam you can reset your achievements. Or you could create a new account. I don't know what you would do on Xbox. I don't own an Xbox. But yeah, it's actually really straightforward. I created the account right before the run. All right, this should be 3-1. No, you don't want to set up Minoko as the bomber because you actually want to use him for attacking at certain points. Like this fight, actually. Bang. Good. All right. So we now should have the resources to upgrade Minoko's weapon to 33. Come on. We're gonna run back. It's also worth mentioning, for all of these fights, it is possible to retry them. If you die, you don't lose your progress or anything. So, there are so many of these fights, I tend to like either miss input or something in at least one of them. I'm gonna try not to, but like, it is totally possible. I had to think about what fight this was. Alright, so here we're going to fail the Chalier combo. Basically, by failing it, he only does one instead of multiple hits. You only need one. Good. So Greater Defenseless, that's going to be a Picto that we equip very soon. It basically increases the efficacy of the Defenseless stat. Or the Defenseless effect. Five, 3. Okay, we're menuing after this one. Okay. Alright, so Mael wants Greater Defenseless here. And then he wants Charging Critical over Energy Master, which is here. And then he's going to take Energy Master as a Lumina. Phantom Strikes. Alright, lots of enemies with shields in this section. So... especially in like the 8 and 9 stage, lots of free aim shots there. So here we're gonna Stendhal the main Gargant, and then we're gonna see a new move from Minoko here, Lampmaster Light. So Lampmaster Light is a pretty powerful AoE attack. Which is pretty cool. I'm not going to use it a ton, but when it's needed, it is definitely needed. Stendhal there. Alright. Here we're going to do this, and then guard down with Greater Defenseless. They're going to take even more damage. And then we'll master some Lamp Lights. I think that's how it goes. Alright. So this fight's very important because of the enemy in the middle. So Ultimate Sakapatat has a foot that Minoko can use. And Sakapatat Fire is one of his best skills. It is an AoE attack and it does a lot of damage. So we're actually going to go ahead and learn that now. So first, actually, we're going to learn our sacrifice here, and then Minoko wants this, and then Mael wants Degagement here. Okay. So yeah, you're immediately going to see this Sakapatat Fire. Wait, skip. Ton of damage. So this is why there's like a really big Mael and Minoko tag team here. Mael is good for that like one target damage. And then Minoko is good for the AoE. Another thing is because we learned Degagement with Mael, she has the ability, if we need it, she has the ability, if we need it, to make an enemy weak to fire, which is going to happen a couple times. All right, this should be 9-1. Oh, we're getting there. There's only 11 floors, so we're already on floor 9. Last chance. I'm gonna take this slow because I messed this up last night. Good. You have exactly enough AP to do that. So if you miss any of those shots. So here, actually, we're going to be using Degagement against the Avec. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I used the wrong move.
Looking good.
I can go again. There we go. Okay, so that was that. I need to put CL in the party now. So Verso's Death Bomb is no longer as useful as it once was. So CL being able to use Intervention is going to be the new thing that we're using our third party member for. All right, last 2 floors. Nope.
Their defenses are down.
So put Minoko at the end of our party.
Show me what you can do.
So we're going to double the damage of Minoko. These enemies are incredibly tanky, so the fact that we're able to take them out in a single hit is actually pretty impressive. Alright, guard down. Intervention and sock the top fire. Alright, final 3 fights. We want cheater. There we go. Okay, this is the most complicated of the fights. So the Moisinus in the middle is like stupidly tanky. This is the enemy that lives a Stendhal. Because I have cheater, I get to go again and do a guard down. I'm going to Fortune's Fury Minoko. And then our sacrifice. So our sacrifice basically sets your ally's HP to 1. And because Mael just got set to 1 HP, she actually gets to take a turn. Because of shortcut. We're going to set the duelist to be weak to fire. And then finally, Minoko's dealing double damage. And with all of that stacking of damage, we're able to do that. So we're going to do this. Okay. And then the last 2 battles, no menu in between. So here we're going to Fortune's Fury Minoko. And then our sacrifice. Alright, we're going to sock the top fire, which will not finish off the Lampmaster, but a little poke will. And then final, so that is all of the feat. So that is good that we got that trophy. Time does not end at the end of this fight. Time ends when we pop the final trophy. So I will make sure to mention it. So we're going to our sacrifice again. Then we're going to use this Chassier Stabs. I don't know how to pronounce it. It basically marks the target. And then Stendhal. And that is the end of the Endless Tower. So we got the Endless achievement. I'm going to head back to the flag in case I forgot anything. Let's wait for all these to pop. Connoisseur, that is for all of the music discs. And time. Perfect. Wow. 430. Well, that was a really good run. Much better than I thought it was going to be on the way in. So let's go ahead and pull up the trophy list to just show it off. So we have 100% of our trophies. We got the greatest expedition in history, all the story-based ones. This is getting all of SKA's movement abilities. This is all of the journals, finishing the White Neveron quests, beating Simon, Gestural Games, beating Clea, Endless Tower, Lost Gestrals, Serpent Fair, Sprong, Painting Workshop, Relationships, upgrading a weapon, Lumina points, leveling up, Gustav, fully charge and overcharge, Lune, consume stains 4 turns in a row, Mael, Percy on a marked enemy in Virtuose stance, CL consuming 24 tel in a single hit, while in Twilight actually, Verso reaching rank S, Minoko using an upgraded skill 4 times in a row, Chromatic Petanque, all of the feat, unlock all players, level 3 Gradient, Music Discs, Paint Cage, break an enemy, defeat a boss without taking any damage, optional scenes at camps, getting SKA, and defeating the Mime in Lumiere. So that is it. That is it. That is a PB. That is world record on console. And that went incredibly well. That went better than I would have hoped. If anyone's curious how that stacked up to my PB, I was a little bit behind going into the end of Act 1. I saved a bunch of time at the end of Act 1 because I died on the Lampmaster fight on my PB. Saved a bit more time on Minoko. Lost a bunch of time on Seren because of our mishap with moves. But the time loss I lost there would not have given me a sub 435, which is, I think, my current goal. And then I basically held steady from then until the end and didn't mess up any of the Endless Tower fights. So, but yeah, that is it from me. This was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you everyone who stuck around and watched it. Definitely make sure that you watch the rest of the event. The event's going to be going on all week. There are a lot of really cool runs and runners that are being showcased. And yeah, I'm really happy with how this went. This went surprisingly well. So, I think that's pretty much it for me. Like I said before, most people probably know me from Pokemon. And the new Pokemon game does come out on Thursday, so I will be definitely stepping into that. But this game has basically been my obsession for 2025, so I'm really excited to get to show it off. And especially this category. This category has kind of grown to be my favorite category in this game, so I'm very happy. But anyways, that's it from me. I love you all, and keep watching the rest of the marathon.